No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
And I hope everyone is doing well. Give me 2 seconds here. We're trying to get all the paperwork, the behind the scenes set up for you. Thank you for being patient with me here as I get that set for you. In the meantime, I do want to say hello to all of the new people who have joined us today and this week for some of our coverage. We do this every week, every Friday. This is, every Sunday. We're now this is the 7th year in a row that I've been doing political commentary every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., reaching out across the world because we believe in the First Amendment. Even free speech, hearing from you, the public, process to make sure that it's going to work as well as it can. And it doesn't happen in a vacuum. When we don't respond to our politicians, when we don't pay attention to the issues, things only get worse. That's what we truly believe on this channel. And so we're going to be moving forward. Now, there's obviously a lot to talk about this week. What's happened with the debate, with the presidential debate, and how that's going to have an impact, how it's going to change the vice president who may, how the rest of the world is going to react to that. There's a lot to talk about there. Of course, there's things that have been happening that are going to have an impact in the United States, and the United States is impacting them. Also, the potential for even more war in the Middle East, that is growing as we speak. But my volume is a little low. Thank you, Dal. Dal's one of the first ones to speak. To let us know what's going on. Dal, I'm increasing the levels. Is that a little bit better? Might also be the microphone angle. So let me know. Is that better? As you can tell, we are very interactive in this program. Your comments, your texts, your tweets to me are very important. Your super chats are very important, both on Rumble and YouTube. We are also on Twitter. We are on Facebook. Most of the mainstream mainstream media, we are on. So I am reacting to you. I am paying attention to your comments every time. And sometimes, hey, I'm not MSNBC. I'm not ABC News or New York Times. There aren't 10,000 people working here. It's just one person with your donations in our Patreon. So please bear with me if we're not perfect the first time out. Thank you, Dow, for giving me those updates and clarifying that. So I'm glad it's better for you. So a lot has happened this week. It has been a very influential week. It has been a very critical week. Now, all of the things we're going to discuss we'll have links to all of the sources at the end of the show. We'll update that so that you'll be able to see for yourself everything we're talking about and to come to your own conclusions. But we are more than happy, and as you can see from Dow, we do look forward to hearing your comments, your statements about all the things that are happening. Now, whoa, hey, what happened? Oh, great. It is an incredibly humid and hot day today in New York City. I'm in the Bronx, and it is June 30th. So it is playing hell with my cameras. Bear with me. Trying to get my cameras back on. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, you can hear me. The cameras and the audio are on two different systems. But because of the humidity, because it is about 90 degrees and about, I don't know, 70, 80% humidity, please bear with me if the camera suddenly freezes up. That's the reason why. And we'll switch to our backup. I was going to say, for those who are new to the channel, I know there are many new people since the presidential debate on Thursday. For those who are new to the channel, what we try to do here is we do breaking news first, then we go into any international news, how the United States is affecting the world, how the world is affecting the United States, and then our time to go through these things. I look forward to seeing all of your comments. You can call into the program at 929-715-8569. You can call in. You can tell us what you think about anything, whether you agree or disagree. As long as you're respectful, I'm always willing to hear your voice, even if it is something that disagrees with my own point of view. That's perfectly fine. And then the show continues from there. So with all of that said, let me mention first and foremost that we may have some other things coming up very, very soon. You see, we might, it's not confirmed yet, we are trying to work on this, we may be going to the National Reparations Summit, which will be happening between October 3rd and October 5th. This will be in New Orleans. It will have an impact on elections in the United States. Obviously, we will be hearing candidates talking about reparations, and I guarantee you this may be part of the October surprise from the left in talking about that, and perhaps the rioting that, of course, will happen because of the destruction from BLM, Antifa, the far left. That will obviously happen. The progressive movement will obviously be in New Orleans. They will be rioting there. It's something we can always expect. So I do hope to be there for that. Now, that's because of the support I receive from members in Patreon, from Super Chats, from people going to the PayPal and helping us out. It's your donations. This is where I make my living, folks, with you guys as much as I can. This is what I do. And so your support is critical. So we may be going there. Dal says, mucking with the mic too. Audio is dropping periodically. It could be that. Sorry. Trying to check my microphone, making sure it's pointing the right way. Sorry if, again, apologize if the equipment is having difficulty with the weather. This is not a enclosed studio with air conditioning. So it does affect, the weather does affect the equipment. We're trying our best. We are trying. Dow mentions the Reparations Summit. Is that like the one they held in Durban, South Africa? No. This is most of the reparations movement is an American idea based on American Civil War. And we have exported that idea just like we have exported our views of racism and its basis in power and black-white division. We've been exporting that through our colleges like Harvard, like Columbia. We've been exporting that around the world. Not to say that there aren't countries that don't have issues, but every nation. You go to Japan and there is racism and issues with China, with South Korea. South Korea doesn't like China or Japan. The Philippines have issues with many countries. So, you know, this isn't unique to the United States, racism or issues about color and gender, skin, all that. That's very common. I'll go to France, ask people about Moroccans, ask the North Africans about being in France. You'll hear a whole lot of it. It's not a black-white issue per se, but it is. That's because of our unique history and our dealings with slavery and our development of our nation. It's very unique to us on how we have dealt with it. The rest of the world has other issues and they deal with it in different ways. So the reparations that we're hearing about in the United States is not like reparations in any other part of the world. Whether that's actually a good thing, whether there should or should not be reparations, is not part of what we're talking about now. I'm not going to the event because I support reparations. I don't. But it is newsworthy, and I do believe it will be critical to the election, especially because of what's been happening so far and what the drama that'll be around Kamala Harris at that time. Either way this goes, Kamala Harris is going to be very pivotal, and she's going to come up in October at this event. So I think that it's going to be important to be there, and I expect there to be rioting. I expect the far left to lose their minds, because they always do, because they don't know how to protest or push an idea without having violence attached to it. That's just the experience we've seen. And that's the experience we have been exporting around the world. Ask the protesters in the UK who have adopted the tactics, the style, even many of the issues from the United States, from our colleges. They have been adopting the United States progressive movement, invaded the United Kingdom and much of Europe, and they have been reacting to that. So much so that French President Macron, who is far left without question, banned many professors and many classes, and some of the issues that are here in the United States in our colleges are banned in France by the far left of France. They don't want it because it's American centric, and it is illogical for them. It doesn't make sense. We see that in the United Kingdom as well. And a lot of the violence that is attached to the far left has been exported from America into the United Kingdom. It's kind of like the Beatles invasion, the British invasion in music in the 1960s. Well, now in 2020, in 2010, we've been seeing the U.S. invasion of Britain with progressivism. And it's not gone well. It's not gone well at all. So that's one thing. So yes, the event is about U.S. reparations, which again, I think we should be covering. Your support has also helped us. You who are watching this program, even for the first time, we do appreciate you. We're going to Freedom Fest. We're going to be going to Freedom Fest in Las Vegas. That'll be July 10th through the 13th. I will be there from July 9th until July 14th. I do invite people, if you're going to be in Las Vegas, if you're going to be at Freedom Fest, please reach out to me. I will be happy to meet my audience in person, to hang out with you guys as a human being, not just in this format, but as a real person, and to get to know you guys. I've tried to do that whenever I can, to meet my Patreon members, to I've done cookouts and met with them, just grilling burgers and hot dogs and just talking. And I'd love to do that with you guys as well, have a beer and we can talk. So if you will be in Las Vegas in about 2 weeks, July 10th through 13th, please reach out to me. I'll be happy. I will be at the booth in Freedom Fest with my friends from the Sharp Way, Larry Sharp, a libertarian. I will be there with them. I will be trying to do interviews. I will be trying to be covering the many events there, kind of like when I was at CPAC and I was covering CPAC. We were at many events. We got a lot of coverage there. I hope to do the same thing here. Again, this is only possible because you, my supporters, Patreon, those who reach out on PayPal, have helped us to do that. And all you have to do is like, share, subscribe. All right, so I know we've got a lot of new people on the channel, so it takes a moment to get them up to speed. We had a huge influx of people because of the debate, and so I just want to bring them all up to date with us. Now, in terms of breaking news, there's nothing really going on. Yes, there were people who were shot in Chicago again. People were shot in Detroit again. People were shot in Baltimore again. Gun control did not stop any of that. All the 22,000 gun laws in the United States did not stop the criminals and the deranged in those cities and many other cities across this nation from getting a firearm and using it illegally to harm others. So, no new news. It's just another weekend in the summer in the United States, especially in Chicago. So, with no real breaking news there for the United States, I just want to go into the international aspect. One of the biggest things that we are seeing right now is that the French elections are ongoing. As we speak, the French are coming out and they are going to vote. They're voting for a new government. Now, they have a parliamentary system, unlike here in the United States. So, whenever their politicians screw up, kind of like when Jamal Bowman loses, the squad makes a stupid idea of trying to, capture cow farts to run generators. When something stupid happens in their government, they go out and vote, and they get a new government. It's unique because the United States doesn't do this, but a lot of countries that have parliaments do this. We know that about 2-3 weeks ago, the entire European Union voted to become more center-right. Now, a lot of the media will tell you, they went far-right. Oh my God, they're going to become 1930s Germany around the entire world. They're all going far-right. Oh my God, it's going to be World War III. No, it's not. That's a lie. Anyone tells you that, they're lying. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're trying to push a political agenda. The reality is that Europe has moved center-right, which means they stopped moving left. They stopped becoming more progressive. They stopped trying to become more and more like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democratic Socialists of America. They actually just stood in place. And in this world with the left, they're always going left. You can never be leftist enough for the left. If you just stop trying to chase and run left, you're suddenly going to be far right. Because they're always moving left. You often hear the Overton window, the window of what's far left, what's far right. It's always moving left. So if you stop trying to get onto the next new thing that is even more leftist and more progressive than the last thing, then you're suddenly going to be far right. Because they're going to leave you behind. And how many times have we heard from Democrats over and over again, the left left me? You don't leave Brexit, the black exit of the Democratic Party. Many Democrats, they say, they didn't change. The party kept changing and kept going farther left than many of these Democrats, and they suddenly found themselves in the center, if not center right. Well, that's what happened in Europe about 2 weeks ago. And France, which is known for being very progressive, very socialist leaning, especially under President Macron, who is trying to turn Europe into friends and allies of China, not the United States, China, and communist China, he finds himself in a bad spot. The rest of Europe wants to have borders. The rest of Europe wants to limit the number of people who get to come into their country. They want to deport illegal aliens. They want to build their nations without having to have hyperinflation. France doesn't want that. So now they're voting. And this vote, which is expected to go to the right and take France a little bit closer to where America is right now, believe it or not, France is more far left than America, so they're trying to get to where America is now. Now, what will be if Trump wins, if Republicans win in Congress, if Republicans win the Senate? No, they're trying to move. When they say Europe is moving center right, that means they're moving towards where America is now. That should shock people. That's what they think is far right, is where America is now, which is centrist right. We barely are center right. 45% of America is in the center, slightly to the right on most issues. And that's what they think in Europe is far right. To give you a perspective about that, it's not neo-Nazis, it's just being where we are right now. I think this is important. Most people don't talk about this. Now, why does this matter? How is this going to affect? So the French become more centrist. The French become more center-right. They become more like America right now. Well, that affects their deals that Macron has been trying to make with China, which means it's going to affect international trade. Things may become more expensive because of the trade deals and the tariffs that might be put on China because of their slave labor advantage. So that is important. The economy may be affected. Some people may lose jobs because Europe is going to be moving more towards the center right, away from socialism, away from communism, antagonizing China. That means that China has more of a reason to go into Taiwan because of the computer chips, to increase its ability to influence the West. It's more of a reason why Japan feels threatened and why they're building the first army since 1945. It's more of the reason why we see South Korea, which is one of the most developed nations in Southeast Asia, is more under threat by North Korea and China. And that movement that doesn't include Europe, it's putting more pressure on China, on BRICS, on Russia and China, Iran, Brazil, South Africa. They're all having more pressure because they're more isolated. And that is important to understand. So that means that we could see more inflation, but also it means that we have stronger allies in Europe, that will have less illegal immigrants trying to enter the United States. Because if Europe is closing its borders, and we're seeing France close their borders, less illegal aliens coming to their nations, that means there's fewer of these illegal aliens coming from their nations into the United States, which a lot of them do. They go to France and then they're able to go into the United States. They go into Germany and Europe, and they have an easier path into the United States than going through the southern border. And we have a large number. Mind you, most illegal aliens are, of course, coming from the southern border. Some of them are coming from the northern border, where they go to Europe, they go into Canada, and then they walk across the U.S. northern border, especially the Northwest in Oregon, and that region of America in the Northwest in Oregon, and Washington State. They walk through, and that's how they get into the United States, because there are no guards. Virtually no guards. There's no gates. There's a bunch of trees, and they just walk through the trees. We've seen that here even in New York State. So that's important to understand. So this is having a massive impact. It could reduce the number of illegal aliens affecting the United States. It could have an impact on the global recession that the world is dealing with. It could help us to reduce the spending by the United States on some of these issues that we're spending money on. So it's very important to us. And it means that NATO will have, the United States, will have more support in NATO to not have these wars, to not just use the United States to run around as the police force for the world. If the rest of the world is moving more center-right, they're becoming more active in taking care of their own countries and not just relying on the United States to do that. So I think it's very important. Now, if people don't agree, that's fine. I'm happy to hear your thoughts about that. But I think this makes a difference, and I think it's important for us to understand that. Now, Dow says, internationally, there are melee skirmishes between the Palestinian Liberation, the PLA, Palestinians, and you're talking about Southeast Asia, between China's Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard this week. Well, that's been going on for 3 months. What you're talking about there, for people who don't know, for over the last 3 months, under the Biden administration, back in 2021, after Joe Biden ran away from the Taliban, everything goes back to all of the international problems that the United States is facing right now, goes back to September 1st, 2021. Everything happens after that moment. That is the watershed moment that changes the landscape of the entire world. And it's that decision by Joe Biden on September 1st to go on to national TV and say that he is going to abandon Americans in Afghanistan and that he has run away, handed the keys to the Taliban, gave them money and weapons and bases and equipment, and ran away. Because Joe Biden was more concerned about the next election than he was about American citizens or the impact on the rest of the world. In other words, Joe Biden telegraphed to the world he was weak. If anyone disagrees with me on this conclusion, I'm happy to hear you. I'm happy to have this conversation. But this is the fact. This is what happened. The world saw that on September 1st, 2021, when Joe Biden promised the American people that there were less than 100 Americans that he ran away and left in Afghanistan, which is insane in and of itself, and an embarrassment in and of itself, and a sign of weakness in and of itself. But because of that, and the way he did it, not just that he did it, also the way he did this in such a rush, running away as fast as he possibly could, tail between his legs, afraid that if he didn't do this quickly, people would lose faith in the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats, and start voting Republican. He had to do it fast. Russia saw that immediately, almost instantly after he ran away and handed everything over to the Taliban, and ISIS and Al-Qaeda were released from the prisons to go into Central Africa and into Syria and start growing again. ISIS was reborn in that moment. Around the world, ISIS and Al-Qaeda were reborn, and we have seen the civil wars in Africa since that time because of that moment. Well, Russia saw this, and they said, well, Joe Biden's weak, just like Obama was weak. So he went back into the Ukraine, something he wouldn't do under other presidents. But he did it because Joe Biden was weak, and Joe Biden was afraid of the impact on elections. And as much as Joe Biden had bluster and said, don't you do it, you're a murderer, I'm going to call you out. Yeah, Putin laughed in his face and did it. And Joe Biden did nothing. He actually went on with Lester Holt, MSNBC, international news media, and said, oh, those 20,000 Americans that live in the Ukraine, yeah, they got to figure out their own way home. The America is not going to help them. Even if the war starts. This is before the war started. So before the war started, when it was peacetime, when he could have easily flown 3 hours, got a C-130 going from Germany, Ramstein Air Base, and fly it into Kiev, and he could have gotten Americans out. He could have gotten American children out. He said, nope, they'll figure it out. Not going to save any Americans anywhere. And then the war started. And at least 10,000 Americans have been abandoned in Afghanistan. The world saw that and said, wait a minute, he's doubled the number of Americans that he's forgetting about, just throwing away. How can we trust him? How can we be sure that he's going to live up to the treaties everywhere else in the world? That's when Japan decided they're going to build their own army. That's when Japan started building the first army since 1945. That's when South Korea said, we are going to develop our weapons and become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world. That's when the world started militarizing, because Joe Biden didn't care. He was worried about the next election. And the world said, we're in trouble. We can't trust and rely on Joe Biden. And that's when the world started getting worse. And that's when we started seeing Iran push global terror around the world. And so that got even worse. Did I mention to the people who are new, we do long-form political commentary. I want you to understand this, because no one has been explaining this to you. No one has looked at these issues. You're not getting this from MSNBC. They're not showing you how the dominoes have fallen and how that is going to affect you. They haven't done that. Well, this is what we do here. So that's Joe Biden telling the world Americans don't matter, and the election does matter to Joe Biden. And that's what happened with Ukraine. Again, that was on NBC, Lester Holt's interview, February 2022. The war started with Ukraine and Russia immediately afterwards. last year, 2023, because ISIS had been released by Joe Biden into Afghanistan. They went into Central Africa. They started civil wars with places like Burkina Faso, which nobody in America knows where it is. Nobody in America even knew it existed, but it did. And Burkina Faso, like Chad, like Niger, like many African nations, especially Central African nations, started having civil wars and having conflicts. One of the places that have the most is the Sudan, which has constantly been going through cycles of genocide, attempted genocide. We're not talking about civil wars. We're not talking about political fights. We're talking about genocide. People, basically, what Hamas wants to do to Israel happens in Sudan for the last 3 decades. Most of the last 3 decades have been that kind of a fight. Like Hamas versus Israel, like Iran versus Israel, where one side is trying to genocide the other. That's been Sudan for like 3 decades now. We've covered it many times. And this time, it's because ISIS started the fighting. Because they wanted to take advantage of it. Because ISIS was rebuilding. Because ISIS wants to kill anyone and everyone that doesn't believe what they believe. This is because of Joe Biden. 16,000 Americans. Don't have to believe me. Look this up. Go to Google. Do the search. Sudan, Americans, evacuation, civil war in Sudan. It was end of April, beginning of May of 2023. You can look this up for yourself. 16,000 Americans were thrown away by the Biden administration. I know, the mainstream media doesn't like to remind people of this. Over 2 weeks, 3-week period of time, Joe Biden said, 16,000 Americans are in the Sudan. ISIS started the civil war. Screw them. That's what Joe Biden said. Screw them. They'll figure out a way to get home. And he left them. Took the embassy, walked away, so they have no safe space to go to. There is no... That's what an embassy is if you're in a foreign land. Your embassy is your safe space. It is your land, your country in that foreign place. And you do get surrounded. We saw that in Bagram. Not Bagram. Not Beirut. It was Clinton. Oh, God. How am I forgetting this? It starts with a B. It was in... Gaddafi's country, Libya. Anyway, when your embassy is overrun, that's a big deal. And so, but it is somewhere that you can go. It is your last safe spot. Joe Biden closed the embassy in the Sudan and told the 16,000 Americans that were there, figure it out. Find your own way home. I'm not making that up. That's the coverage. You look it up. You can see it for yourself. We've covered it. You can go back and look at it. April through the first week of May of 2023. And now we have 40,000 Americans in Haiti that the Biden administration could have helped. He ran away. He got 200 people, literally 200 people, less than a 747 plane full of Americans were evacuated from Haiti. Joe Biden stopped talking about it because it takes away from the election. And the UN had to get Kenyan police. Kenya. They had to go all the way to Kenya, to Africa, to get police officers to help the people in Haiti. Americans, 40,000 Americans in Haiti, because Joe Biden, who has the United States 3 hours away, 700 miles, one plane flight away, could not and will not help Haiti under the Biden-Harris administration. We could. This is our backyard. Hell, it's our front yard. They're right there. They're on our doorstep. We could instantly be helping Haiti. And more importantly, helping the 40,000 Americans that live in Haiti. We could be helping them instantly. Instead, Kenya has to send their police to Haiti, and with their police being sent over to Haiti, Kenya is now rioting. Kenya is now losing their mind because their police went over to Haiti because Joe Biden won't deal with an issue right on America's doorstep that affects Americans because he's afraid of it changing the election. If there is anyone who disagrees with me, I am happy to hear your comments. In fact, let me check some of the comments to make sure. Graham is with us. Graham, it's been so long since I've seen you. I'm glad that you're back with us. And I do see a couple of other people. Bear with me. So, Graham is back and he says, Michael, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Graham. Good to be back. Are you familiar with John Mearsheimer? Am I saying that right? Mearsheimer? Specifically, what he has said about NATO being the aggressor against Russia in the current Ukraine war. Yes, I am familiar with, well, I'm not familiar with that individual, but to answer your question, and for people who don't know, Russia has said it's NATO, the United States in particular, but NATO, that has been the reason why there's a war in the Ukraine. Because we've been threatening the borders of Russia, of the Soviet Union, of the former Soviet Union of Russia. We're threatening them to eventually, slowly over time, take them over. And so they're protecting themselves by rebuilding the borders they had when they were the Soviet Union. And that's why they're so terrified. And because there was basically a international no-go zone. America and NATO were not supposed to invite the Ukraine into NATO, nor help it too much. If they had too much bias, too much influence, well, that kind of broke in a gentleman's agreement, and Russia would react. And that's what we see happening. So yes, I have heard that theory, and I do understand it from Russia's point of view. I don't agree with it, but I do understand it. Yes. And even if you agree with that ideology, that Ukraine was supposed to be neutral, Ukraine was a corrupt nation long before this war started. They still are. Yet, I love Ukrainian people. I know many of them. I lived over in Moscow. I got to meet many Ukrainians. Good people. Individually. Government, absolutely corrupt. And that doesn't justify Russia going in to try and have war with them. At the same time, not our war. We shouldn't be fighting this war. It's not the way we are. Graham goes on to say, I heard that RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., running as an independent in the 2024 election, echoed this idea at his debate event that before Biden came into office, Putin was trying to sign peace agreements with Ukraine and that Biden pushed Zelensky to back out of them. Not exactly, no. Again, a lot of what's happening today with part of the reason why Putin is in Russia is because Joe Biden was weak with Afghanistan. If he wasn't willing to defend Americans and American interests in Afghanistan as he ran away, if Joe Biden was more concerned about running away to save political face, then Putin made the calculation that Biden wouldn't be as involved in the Ukraine as he was saying he would be. And he also, remember, this is also his reaction to Obama under the Obama-Biden administration, 2013, 2014, when, again, Putin went into the Ukraine, took over the Crimea, which was part of a deal from the Obama administration. They basically helped to structure it so that Russia would get the Crimea, which was Ukrainian land. And I think initially the thought by Putin was, I'll go in, I'll grab as much land as I can, and the Democrats, Biden, will negotiate a deal for me, kind of like Obama did, so I get to keep as much as I take. And all I have to do is just sweep in, take the eastern portion of the Ukraine, take the southern portion, so I connect to the Crimea. I get all of the wheat, I get the uranium, I get access to the Black Sea, which gives me access to the Mediterranean. That's what he's always wanted. And as long as he did that, he would always get what he wanted. And he thought, well, Biden will give it to me and not and help him get that deal, that appeasement, rather than have war. Because that's what Obama did. And Biden is very much what Obama is. He's almost right. Now, part of the problem is Putin went in, got the eastern portion, got the southern portion, and said, might as well go for it all. Might as well go for it all. And Biden did push back for many reasons. And that's why we have the war we have right now. So I hope that answers your question, Graham. Again, we're trying to cover a lot of context of this, to go through all of the details, the things that you're not hearing about in the mainstream media, putting together everything that has happened in the past and what is happening now, so you have a good understanding of where we actually are. Not just, part of the image of where we are, but exactly where we are. Graham goes on to say, also heard RFK say that Russia sending only 40,000 troops into a country of over 40 million pre-war population was not indicative of a full-scale takeover and westward conquest. They sent in more than 40,000 troops. That's not including the tanks and some of the drones and other aspects of war that Russia had. Russia was sending in, that's the first wave of their troops. And yes, they were all green troops, but that's how Russia was training their troops. It's not that the 40,000 was the entire war effort. That was the first wave of the effort. With their least trained troops, then battle ready. So RFK is kind of correct on that. But keep in mind, and thank you, user has been banned, Mike Bowie. It was Benghazi. That's what I was thinking of. Benghazi with Hillary Clinton. Thank you. But what he's not taking into account, RFK, is where America fits into this. There was no pushback from the United States. I kind of lost myself there. Sorry. Dow says, reporting on what the U.S. citizens are preparing for extraction, reporting that U.S. citizens are getting ready to abandon Lebanon. Yes, because there's about to be a war in Lebanon. Now, again, we are seeing the rest of the world go center-right, just like we see, which is why the vote in France is so important. If the world is becoming more center-right, they are more willing to help Israel against the Iran-backed terrorist organizations like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis. That is a good thing. So the more that we see France and Germany and Europe go center-right, the more pressure is on Iran and their acts of terrorism. It is less likely. Because of that, prior to it happening, before that locks in, we're seeing that they're trying to make the biggest push possible. Hezbollah, Iran, Hamas know that if the world becomes more conservative, more center-right, they will have less power. There is going to be more of a reaction. You're not going to get, in a sense, what you're going to have is less people from Harvard running the show who are willing to forgive you for having terrorist actions, who are going to ignore that you torture their people. They're going to send you humanitarian aid and build you piers for hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, that's when you have the leftists in charge. When everyone goes center-right, they'll blow up the terrorists. And so they're trying to take as much land as possible, which is why we're seeing Hezbollah getting ready to try and have more of a war, because Hamas has lost and they're being destroyed. So Hezbollah is thinking about trying to start, and that's why Americans are being told to get out of Lebanon and the West Bank in Israel, because that may be the next thing. That's how we are. And that's because we're trying, Hezbollah is trying to take as much land to make as much of an impact as they can before Hamas is defeated, before Iran has to shut down, because if Trump wins, they're terrified of Trump. User has been banned. Again, I'm more than happy to hear people tell me if they think I am wrong on any of this, but let's go on. Some of the other comments. User has been banned. Hello, and thank you for joining us. User says he heard a rumor that the 16th Airborne and 96th Civil are in Panama helping with the Darien Gap crossing. And in other words, helping people get across it. I don't know of that. I am not familiar with that whatsoever. I have not heard from any of the military assets I have or individuals that I know that any military unit of the United States is helping illegal aliens enter the United States. I don't have that information. I'm not saying it's not happening. Not saying that Joe Biden wouldn't do that, because he's activated the National Guard several times to help illegal aliens enter the United States against the law of the United States, making Biden a criminal. But, that is what it is. User has been banned says, I bet Biden's team were thinking that if they make the poll out of a disaster, they can blame it on Orange Man Bad. I'm not sure what you mean by that. That they're trying to basically say there's a crisis, and the crisis is because of Trump. I know that they say that often, but I don't think anyone believes that anymore. Everyone's had the opportunity to see what's going on. Again, that's part of the reason why the world is going more conservative. They've seen everywhere in the world, whether it's green energy, whether it's open borders, and every one of the policies from the far left, they failed. Every single one. Everywhere in the world. Every government that's tried it, they have failed. In every single aspect, they have failed. And so that's why everyone's moving more center-right, and the left is fighting back against it, and it's just not working. And I don't think the majority of normal people recognize it and say, it's not worth it. Why keep chasing the left? Why keep going further and further down the progressive road towards socialism and communism when it doesn't work? And people are just stopping and saying, let me think about this. And the moment you stop running towards the left, running towards socialism and progressivism, you suddenly become center-right. According to the left, if you aren't running with them ever further left, you are far-right. That's just the way it always is. That's the way the Overton window works. So it's kind of terrifying. Mike Bowie says the UN is in the Darien Gap, feeding and busing migrants which are coming into the United States. Well, yes, we know that there are several NGOs, groups that are organizations that aren't political, but they're funneling in, like the Red Cross. We know for a fact the United States is giving money to the Red Cross under the Biden administration, so the Red Cross can make maps that they hand out to illegal aliens in Mexico to come into the United States, to tell them the safest path through the desert to be able to enter into America illegally and to take advantage of the Biden-Harris giveaway. It's insane. We know this is a fact. It's not a question. Your tax money is going to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is making maps and helping illegal aliens enter into America. That is a fact. It's been documented, covered by international news. This is news from 2 years ago. It's not new news. So it's kind of upsetting. So I've been going through what's going on with Europe, and I'm trying to make it clear. The more center-right that Europe becomes, the better it is for America in terms of we don't have to pay and fight every war in the world. And it also means there's less war in the world because the people, Russia, Iran, China, they're more active when there's less leadership, when there's less strength. when Joe Biden is weak and the rest of Europe is running towards the left, when the world is trying to become more socialist and there's no leadership in the United States, then Russia, China, Iran become more powerful and they're able to take more control. That's a fact. That is what we have seen happen. It has happened before our eyes. When we have strong leaders and the rest of the world is center-right relative to the communists and the left, when they're just more concerned with their borders and having stability, then all those countries, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, they get quiet because they have less power. They suddenly become very subdued, and they don't take actions like we have seen over the last 3 years because they don't have the power, and they know it. So, that being said, let me continue. Let me talk about our best ally. Our most important ally happens to be the United Kingdom, of course. And just like what's happening in France, the United Kingdom is switching. The conservatives, now it's a little different in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak, who we on this channel always said was weak and horrible. He was a terrible choice for prime minister. He's like Mitt Romney in the United States. He's the equivalent. Virtually everything except the color of his skin are Mitt Romney. That's what the United Kingdom put in. They put in one prime minister who lasted all of 90 days. Liz Truss, horrible choice. Did it because she's a woman. Yeah, but she wasn't qualified. And this is what happens when you follow progressive ideology. Oh, well, we are going by gender politics. She has to be a woman. Yeah, she's unqualified. Liz Truss, 90 days, she got kicked out. They said, well, DEI, we still have to have DEI, still has to be if we can't have a woman, it has to be a person of color. So they said, okay, we'll give it to Rishi Sunak because he's like Mitt Romney. How bad could that be? Well, they've completely screwed up their nation. That's how bad it could be. And that's why Nigel Farage is coming back, which is basically the center-right gaining power again. Not quite a Trump, but closer to a Trump style of government. Again, still far more liberal than here in the United States, but closer to the American center-right, which would be Trump. And you know what the left did there? And we're going to see this happen in the United States. We're going to see, if we have not seen it already, you're going to see what happened to Nigel Farage, what happened in the United Kingdom. This election, before the end of the summer, this is going to happen in America. I guarantee it. Okay, let's listen for a second.
Over the last 24 hours, a so-called Reform UK activist turns up in the Clacton office last Saturday, goes out with an undercover, apparently, Channel 4 news team, and makes a series of very, very racist, derogatory remarks about Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister.
So a news team just goes out to the news team that doesn't like Nigel Farage. They're not in favor of conservatives. The left-leaning news media goes undercover. Suddenly, just out of the blue, they decide to go undercover to go into this campaign that they don't like, that they do not support. And suddenly, amazingly, they have this perfect coverage of this one super radical, super far right nut job. And they say, oh my God, this is an exclusive. Really? Is that normal? Is that what you would expect? Well, let's see what else happens here.
Minister, about people crossing the channel who he wants to shoot, about turning every mosque into a Wetherspoons. I mean, I watched this stuff. I thought, this is just so over the top. No one speaks like this. This is like an Alf Garnett comedy sketch going back 50 years. And yet, overnight, we found out that the guy is an actor.
It's an actor. It wasn't real. It didn't happen. Gee, could we see that happening in the United States? Could we see that with the left? Would anyone be surprised if we saw this from the left? No, you wouldn't. This is something that absolutely Hollywood would do this in a heartbeat. In fact, many people think they have been doing this already to push the leftist agenda, to try and demonize anyone and everyone on the right. Many people say that this has happened already on January 6th, where we had individuals that have been confirmed to be members of Antifa that were front line breaking down the windows and doors at Congress. We know this. The guy who got $50,000 to be on CNN, who claimed to be a reporter, and then we found out within a week of him saying, being on CNN and saying, oh my God, I was just covering the news. He was inciting people to break windows, to break doors, and he's a member of Antifa. That is a fact. By the way, he did not get arrested by the FBI. He did not get charged with any of the crimes. He did get to walk away. Don't know why. He was right there, front line, helping to break the windows, break the doors, inciting people to commit crime, and the far left members of Congress said he's okay, even though he's a member of Antifa and wants to overthrow the government. Okay, there you go. But that's just the facts. That's just the truth. So what we're seeing here is that the news media is complicit in hiring actors to try and convince the public that their political ideology they don't like is extreme and dangerous. They hired an actor to mislead the public. Let me play a little bit more of this.
So we called him this morning. The Daily Telegraph called him this morning. He denied being an actor. After a short period of time, he admitted to other media outlets that he was an actor. And then we found his own website, where he speaks and advertises his services for adverts, for acting, whatever else it may be. And he describes himself as being very well spoken, but he has an alter ego. He can do what he calls rough talk, all right? Now.
Okay. I don't think I have to go any further. We have actors playing out these roles because, and as we find out a little bit further in, Nigel Farage tells us that this guy has worked for the news, the mainstream news media. This isn't like small time. It's not like me. He's not working for a small channel like me. No, he's working for the equivalent here in the United States of ABC or CBS or NBC. He's working with the BBC many times. This actor is on their payroll to go out and to act so they can infiltrate different organizations and make news stories about it. This is a setup. We're seeing that here in the United States. I bring this up. We're going to see that in the United States. If we haven't already seen it during January 6th, we are going to see that going forward. Please be aware of that. Be very careful. Again, I am providing you with sources. I am showing you where I'm getting my sources. I'm going through some of the information so that you can understand why I think the way I do. You may disagree. You may think I have it wrong. Okay, I can live with that. But now you understand why. Because we are starting from a basis of fact, not feeling. I don't care about feelings. You don't care about my feelings. Let's be honest. You don't care about my feelings. That's okay. You're not supposed to, because you're not me. You have your own feelings. And that's a good thing, because you are you. You don't need my feelings. I don't need your feelings. What we do need is to understand each other. Yes. And we do need to understand why we think the way we do. But the left somehow thinks that you must have their feelings, that they have a feeling, therefore you must change your life. I don't agree with that. I think that's stupid. You can understand why I have my reasoning. You can understand my feelings. That doesn't mean you have to change your life. And notice, the left never changes their life. You have to change to them. You have to become a leftist for them. You have to always try and move further left. They never have to change. They never have to move right. They never have to stop moving left. They never have to even consider anything you might believe. No, You always have to change. Your feelings are wrong for the left. That's insane. Okay, let me double check some of the comments here, because I know Graham was speaking. But I think it's very important that we understand the world is changing, and this is all because of the weakness coming out of the United States. And that's why the turmoils in the rest of the world, where we're seeing the left is losing power. The rest of the world is moving center right, because that's where the strength is. That's where everyone gets to preserve themselves. There is less risk of war as we see the world become more centrist right. And the world is looking for leaders, and everyone on the left, the more progressive they are, the worse of a leader they are. Rishi Sunak is one example of that. Graham says, I remember Senator Tim Scott saying in one of the primary debates that we should continue to support the Ukraine in order to degrade the Russian military. I disagree with that. And there's been several people who have said that, not just Senator Tim Scott, who is most likely going to be Donald Trump's vice presidential pick. That's our prediction on the channel. But Graham says that he mentioned this. I do not, and he goes on to say that he has a favorable opinion of Senator Tim Scott, but his stance is very troubling to Graham because of the morality question. I don't think it is a morally ambiguous question. It's true. If someone else can fight the war that you think you're going to fight, and they weaken the enemy, you win. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's the theory. That's the saying. So yeah, that's how politics is. If that's why Iran has Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. The Houthis are fighting the United States for Iran in the Red Sea. We have Hezbollah is attacking Israel for Iran through Lebanon. Hamas is fighting Israel for Iran through Gaza. Iran doesn't have to fight, but when Iran does fight, they have all their weapons, they have all of their energy. They haven't used up any of their resources. Israel has. The United States have. But who's going to, and the idea behind it is it gives Iran a better advantage to continue to fight. This is standard military procedure. Now, is that nice? No. No, it may not be nice to use people in that manner. And countries do that all the time. It's not nice to do that, but it's a reality. It's a military strategic plan. The world, it's been used for centuries, if not thousands of years. It's just true. It's just the way it works. So it isn't troubling that Tim Scott says, this is a tactic that's been working and why not use it? I don't find that to be a problem. I can understand you may think that way, Graham, but militarily, no, it's perfectly normal. User has been banned, mentions that CNN and legacy media are just mockingbirds. They don't actually tell the truth. User has been banned. Also goes on to say it's hard to tell whether or not it's just activists that have infiltrated the news media or if government actors have in some of these situations. I believe, and you guys may think I'm wrong, but I think activists have infiltrated many organizations and institutions like Hollywood. It's filled with activists. And when those activists then turn around and do something, it's, how can I word this? I'm wording it wrong. We have seen the activists who are trained, better example, kid goes to Harvard. Harvard pushes the leftist ideology hard. Kid comes out of Harvard owing, $250,000 and believes in communism. That kid then goes, because they have the Harvard name, goes into the government or goes into a business where they get a high-level position. They hire all of their friends who believe the same thing that they believe. They hire people from their school who believe the same thing that they believe. They get involved in that business, in that government operation. They turn into Lois Lerner running the IRS, where she then turns to her friends who also went to the same school that she did, who have the same education she does, who have the same ideology that she does, and say, okay, let's persecute the people we don't like, which is what Lois Lerner did under the Obama administration, one of several of the scandals of the Obama-Biden administration. And that's because of that leftist process. So that's the thing that upsets me about that. Now, again, most people in the news media will not discuss this. Whether you agree with me or not in totality, I'm not asking you to. But I want you to understand that process. Think it through for yourself. I know MSNBC, they have a headline for you, and they're going to think about it for you. I don't. You can tell me, Mike, that doesn't make exact sense. Okay, what part doesn't? Because we have seen that happen. Lois Lerner is a reality. The people that she worked with are in the IRS as we speak. We are seeing similar people like that in the FBI. We are seeing people like that in the CIA. They are taking actions against those they don't like. We have seen that. It has been consistent. So these are things that are important to understand about it. So we should be asking these questions so that we can properly protect ourselves from individuals who are abusing the system against us. And you may say, well, yeah, but you're you're right, Mike, you're conservative. To some people may say, Mike, you're far right. Okay, and what happens when I'm gone? What happens when they silence my voice? Do you think they're going to stop? Do you think you're leftist enough for Antifa? Do you think you're leftist enough for the far left, for the squad? Do you think you could ever be far left enough for progressives? Because everyone who said, yes, of course I can, every single one of them have been turned on by the very same leftist progressives each and every time. It's just a matter of time. They always get turned on by the leftists, the leadership. They always get besmirched and told that they just aren't progressive enough. There's always some tweet, some video, some message, something that you did that isn't leftist enough in your lifetime, and therefore they will turn on you. Every single time. Every single time. Which is why the world is starting to wake up to that, and we are seeing Europe say, enough is enough. We can never be progressive enough, and it doesn't work. When we are trying to be progressive, then it doesn't work. The open borders results in women being sexually abused, nation after nation after nation, year after year after year. The number doesn't go down, it just goes higher, and it only gets worse. More violence, more assaults, and their infrastructure breaks more and more. They got tired of it. Why keep trying to do that? They're moving center right. And we're seeing that in the United Kingdom. And they're our closest ally. And if they're doing that, then Europe will continue to keep moving center right, which is why Nigel Farage is under attack. Why the news media is setting him up with actors so that they can try and weaken his position, because Rishi Sunak sucks. He's weak. He's like Mitt Romney. He's like Biden. He's milquetoast and weak, and he's going to fail. But the public isn't going further left. They've seen a weak leader fail completely by trying to be leftist, and they said, let's go the other way. Let's not keep going down this path. Let's not keep going, trying to become more socialist. How about we just stop for a minute? Maybe take a step or two towards the right, a step or two towards conservatism, instead of just barreling down the hill and continuing to hell towards communism. Maybe if we just stop for a second and think about going maybe a step towards the right instead of the left. And that freaked out the news media. That freaked out the leftists. And that's happening here in the United States as well. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. Okay. Let's move forward. Been talking about that for about an hour. And we see that these things, the leadership, the failure of the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration isn't just affecting the rest of the world. That the world is saying, going further left, being like Biden and being like Obama 2.0, it isn't working even in the United States. Who is exporting this? We're exporting this through our colleges, through Harvard, through UCLA, through Binghamton University. We're trying to push this idea out to the rest of the world through our news media and our Hollywood, our entertainment is trying unsuccessfully to push this out. The Acolyte failed. No one wants it. Batwoman failed. No one wants it. Hulk, Willow, the Witcher Origins, all failed. Massive failure. And that's just a couple of them. The Marvels failed internationally. Complete, absolute fail. These things are not working. No one in the world wants it. Nobody sees it as being successful. It has not helped anyone. So the world's trying to reject it. They're trying to move more center right. And they're hoping that America will join them. But we are seeing that there is a holdout. Because we do see, as we see here, that the U.S., Biden, is trying to buy success. He's trying to buy in. That's the peer. See, he needs 100,000 voters in Dearborn, Michigan, who are socialist, leftist Democrats. They're part of the Democratic Socialists of America. They're part of the progressive movement with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Dearborn, Michigan, he desperately needs those 100,000 voters to make Michigan competitive. This is before the debate. This was the goal. And to do that, those 100,000 Dearborn, Michigan Democrats demanded that you have to do something for Hamas. You have to help Hamas. Just like in Harvard, just like Columbia University, you have to help Hamas. Help the terrorists. And Biden said, okay. He spent $400 million of your money to build a pier for Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed 34 Americans, that is in the middle of torturing 22 Americans. We got 3 Americans back by Biden. 19 Americans left. 8 months, complete torture. The news media tells you there's only 5 left. What happened to the other 14? We've said that many times on this channel. 22 were originally taken. 34 killed. 22 taken. Biden got 3 back home. Cost us $100 million. Got 3 Americans home. And what happened to the other 19? News media today is talking about 5 of them still being alive and still being tortured by Hamas. What happened to the other 14? The news media, no international news media will talk about them. None of them. But we do know that 60 of the hostages are dead because of Hamas. Put it together for yourself. But Joe Biden, instead of thinking about that, instead of trying to get those Americans home, he built a pier for Hamas because 100,000 voters in Dearborn, Michigan said they won't vote for him without it. That's $400 million that we spent to build it. America alone. No one else wanted to build it. No one else thought it was important to help Hamas. Nobody in the world. Egypt didn't help us. Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, Iran. Nobody wanted to kick in any money to build this pier for Hamas because they don't care about the Palestinians. Let's be honest. They don't care. They didn't care about helping the Palestinians. They didn't want to give them anything. No one wants to help Hamas except Joe Biden. except Joe Biden. That's why we we brought the materials, we brought the military over, we brought the engineers, we built it, we put it there. It broke down, we fixed it. It broke down, we fixed it again. It's broken again, we're fixing it again. This is all coming out of America's pocket, out of you, the taxpayers' pocket. No one else paid for it. No one else helped us with that. Why? Because no one wants to help Hamas, a terrorist organization. Not even the Egyptians. But, Joe Biden said yes because he needs votes. It's really evil. And if you think I am wrong about that we built this pier and that this pier is useless other than for the politics, from the Associated Press themselves, this was reported June 28th, 2 days ago. And if you go through the timestamps, if you go through what the left, Associated Press, left meaning international credible news media, will go from March 18th and walk you through this, and you will see that this thing, since the day we built it, it has been down and disabled and broken more than it has actually been up. It has not helped the Palestinian people. It has helped Hamas to some extent, and it has cost money, but it is useless. It has not helped us get our hostages back. It has not helped us to save any American lives. It has not helped us save the Palestinian people or anyone who's starving. It has helped Hamas to an extent. It shows that Joe Biden is absolutely weak and desperate for votes, not to protect the American people, and it has failed. It has failed. There's no two ways about it. And the rest of the world, when the world is seeing that everyone, think about it, think you are a world leader. I want you to consider this, folks. You are a world leader. I don't care which country. Pick whatever country you want. You are in charge. And you see that everybody who has ever done anything, socialist policies, the more socialist any country has become, they have completely failed. They've always ruined themselves. The most recent examples include Venezuela, where they were one of the richest countries in all of South America. They were improving the quality of life for their people and became socialist and completely destroyed their country. Within 5 years, the government's killing its own people. The people are eating out of garbage cans and going into zoos and killing the zoo animals so they can feed their kids. Mumps and measles running rampant throughout the country. Everywhere, socialism has been tried. The more socialist you become, the further left you go, the more you destroy your nation. This is something that you've seen as you, a world leader anywhere in the world. You see this. You see that your neighboring countries and the leading first world nations of the world are all going center right. They stopped moving towards socialism. They stopped becoming more progressive. Not that progressives don't exist. They said, hold on, let's stop. Nothing has worked. We don't want to be Venezuela. We don't want to be Cuba or North Korea. We don't want to fail and have our governments collapse. Let's stop moving left for a minute and figure out what's going on. To take a look at the world. And you're seeing this, all the first world nations, most of the second world nations are all doing the same thing. Hang on one second. It's raining out there now. Finally, the rain came. We need it. And so you get to see that this is happening around the world. All the first world nations, all the second world nations said, nope, we're not going to keep going left. Stop. And instantly, every one of those nations, when they stopped, instantly became center right. And all the news media said, they're far right. They're not still moving. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. Sorry, got rain. I thought I had closed the window. I didn't. And it's raining hard out there. And so as soon as every one of these nations stopped moving, they said, oh, we're center right. The news media said, no, that's far right. Anything that isn't moving left is far right. Okay. And then you look at America, and you see America is failing. The economy is failing. People don't trust the leadership. You have rioting. People are talking about civil wars. What would you do? Would you say, hey, let me become more like America and have a civil war, have my government fail, have inflation destroy my country? Let me go against every experience that every other major nation in the world has had, doing the same thing that America is now trying out. America is going to follow the example of failure, or you can go with the guys who said, you know what, let's change this. Let's do something different. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Let me take a look at some of the comments here. Again, I'm always happy to hear comments. If you disagree, you can call into the program, folks. Again, that's 929-715-8569. You can call in. Phone lines are on. Just be respectful. Of course, you can leave comments, and you can super chat if you want. Leave me a super chat. You can leave it. That's on Rumble and or on YouTube to let me see it and be aware of it a little bit faster. But let me go on with the comments here. User has been banned, says it's hard to... Okay, and I said that one. Let's see. Graham says, I was there on January 6th. Graham has said he was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. And yes, the whole thing was just really strange. Ultimately, I believe that the event was a setup by the establishment. Now, this is, again, what Graham is saying about his first-hand experience being in D.C. They were trying to bait Trump into making a reactionary decision to send in troops to the Capitol, which and Nancy Pelosi actually had control of. Nancy Pelosi, who has admitted in video that we've had, that has existed for years, and the Democrats hid it from you. We now have seen it where it says Nancy Pelosi could have helped to maintain control of our Capitol. She, who is in charge of the National Police, of the Capitol Police, National Guard and the Capitol Police, did nothing and said it's her fault. Nancy Pelosi told you on video, said, no, in her limousine being driven away, that it was her fault. She did this. Okay. Graham goes on to say, this reactionary decision by Trump that was hoped for, the left was praying that Trump would, do something that they have always imagined but has never been true. They have always told you that Donald Trump's going to start World War III, yet he doesn't. They say he's going to create more war and division, and yet Donald Trump is noted for 4 years of increasing the amount of peace in the world, more global stability under Donald Trump than under Obama or Biden. That is a fact. We had less wars, we had more global stability, less terrorism under Donald Trump than under Obama and then under Biden. That is a fact. So I don't know, but yet the left imagines, they have a feeling, they want you to feel like they feel that being to the right is, well, that's evil. It's terrible. Except there's no evidence of it. They don't have evidence. They just have their feeling. So Graham is mentioning how he saw this in his firsthand experience, how the way the left media tried to give people this feeling, to make you feel like it was so much worse, that it was 1930s Germany, that this was a neo-Nazi kind of movement, that this is about the evil of the right. And yet, that's not the truth. We've seen 4,000 hours of video out of the 40,000 hours of video that shows most of the people that were in the Capitol were escorted by police. The police officers were so unconcerned, they held the door open. They were casually talking to each other as people walked through the corridors, through the lines. Not destroying anything. Not to say that there weren't anyone. There were people who were defecating on Nancy Pelosi's desk. That did happen. There are people who did stupid things. There are people who broke windows, like the Antifa member who videotaped himself inciting violence that he would later go on to CNN and get $50,000 to say, oh, I'm with the center right. No, he isn't. He's a documented member of the Antifa movement. That's leftist. So, I mean, we're seeing this, and we're seeing how this dependence, this drive towards votes, that this desire for power and not protecting the people has not made the world safer or better. It has not helped the United States. And it's part of the reason why we are seeing that Europe and the United States are warning Lebanon and they're warning Hezbollah, do not escalate the war. Hamas is losing. Their terror is failing. And we're about to hopefully get back the dead bodies of our hostages, the hostages that Hamas has taken, that Hamas killed. Do not make this worse. But here's the thing I notice. Even though the AP is talking about how the U.S., and notice, it's the U.S. and Europe, a conservative, right-leaning Europe, is asserting itself. If you saw this a year ago, Europe would not be involved. A year ago, you would not be seeing headlines that say Europe is involved, that Europe is warning Hezbollah, that they're talking to Iran saying don't take action. They would never do it. The left-leaning governments of Europe a year ago would have kept going left. Would have said, hey, let's build you a pier. Let's send you humanitarian aid. They'd be talking about giving more humanitarian aid to Hezbollah so Hezbollah could build more rockets so that they could feed their army and continue to fight. That's what would have happened a year ago. But now, instead, because Europe has gone more center-right, they're standing here where America should be standing and saying, hey, you stop right now. Stop inciting war. We're not going to give you humanitarian aid. We're not going to support the terrorists. We're not going to allow you to do this. And the United States, which should be leading this charge, has Joe Biden, who is basically following kind of, sort of, not quite. It's a massive difference in the world. Massive difference. And I think that part of the reason why this is important as well is after we saw what we saw on Thursday with the presidential debate, when we saw how weak Joe Biden is, that we understand now what has been happening at the G7 and the G20 meetings. You may not know what that is. That's when the top 7 or the top 20 governments of the world gathered together to talk about politics, to talk about economics, to talk about tariffs. They talk about a lot of things and what they want. And they try and convince each other to give whichever country what they want to some degree or another. You don't need to know what the G7 is. You don't need to know what the G20 is beyond they're the biggest nations in the world. Okay? And these countries have been watching Joe Biden up front and close fail. We have seen. We now have context. The average American who for years now has been telling me, Mike, you just don't understand. When I see Joe Biden stumbling up a flight of stairs, when I see him falling over on a flat stage, when I see Joe Biden mumble incoherent words, when I see photo after photo internationally of Joe Biden falling asleep during a meeting or repeating himself during a meeting and watching Joe Biden act exactly like Dianne Feinstein was acting in the last week of her life as Democrats wheeled her around in a wheelchair from meeting to meeting, telling her like a puppet what to say and how to vote because they didn't care about her, they cared about power. And I see the same thing happening for years with Joe Biden at the G7, at the G20 meetings, and finally now, after Thursday, the rest of the world is going, oh, wait a minute, maybe, just maybe, at least some of the time, that may have always been the case. That may be why France started saying they trust China more than Joe Biden, why they were trying to get away from the Biden-Harris administration, why Russia laughed in Biden's face when he said, don't go into the Ukraine. It's why the Ayatollah doesn't care about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris and isn't afraid of them. So that's why Hamas attacked Israel, why Iran attacked Israel for the first time ever. It's not that the first time that Iran has been saying they want to kill Israel since 1980. They have never acted on that ever before under any and every president until Joe Biden, until 2024. They never felt safe enough to do that until this president, with this government moving towards the left. It is only now that they felt safe enough to do it, where they felt like they could get away with it. It tells you something. At least it tells me. You may think I'm wrong, but doesn't that make sense to you now? That after seeing Thursday, yeah, at the G7 meeting, at the G20 meeting, a bunch of the world leaders watched Joe Biden randomly walking around lost, being led, being given a cheat sheet, a form that says, you sit here. Say hello to the guy next to you. You should say this, a list of all the questions that he should ask, all the questions he will be asked, and what his answer should be. We've seen the cheat sheets for years. We've seen the photos and the images. We know this is happening. We have been seeing it happening for years. But the left-leaning media, the progressives told you, no, don't worry about it. It's not as bad as you think. Oh, the right, the conservatives, the progressives, the Republicans and libertarians, you're just making it, you're exaggerating. It's not nearly a big deal. Oh, yeah, it is. Now we get to see what the rest of the world sees. And now you know. When Joe Biden goes, oh, yeah, well, I told Putin he was a murderer. Putin's laughing, going, you didn't even know what you were talking about. You were half asleep. When Joe Biden's saying, well, you better back down, Iran. Don't get involved in this. And the Ayatollah's going, do you even know what country you're talking to? You just built one of my allies, one of the puppets. You built a bunch of terrorists up here to give them food. Do you even know what you're doing? China's like, oh yeah, we're going to invade Taiwan by force. And Joe Biden doesn't know what's going on. Where's China? What is China? What's a China? That's what Joe Biden is saying. And that's because they have been talking to him for years, seeing exactly how frail, how lost, how confused Joe Biden is. This is worse elder abuse than what the Democrats did to Senator Dianne Feinstein. We covered that, by the way. When she got out of the hospital and for the last week of her life, the Democrats didn't let her go home, didn't let her spend time, her final moments with her family. They wheeled her around Congress so she could vote for Democrats the progressive way. They wheeled her around so she could read off speeches they wrote improperly, so they would have to correct her on camera so that they could get power. It was evil, and everyone said so. Everyone said that about Dianne Feinstein. Why won't they say it about Joe Biden? Is it because Joe Biden's still alive? Which means he has a chance. He has a chance to at least be with his family and be at rest, to end the elder abuse that is happening to Joe Biden. I truly feel sad for Joe Biden. I really do. Because no one deserved this. No one should be treated this way. It's elder abuse. And they're doing it on purpose. Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, as they love to say, she's not a medical doctor. PhD Jill Biden is evil. I'm truly beginning to believe that. The more and more I see what is happening, Jill Biden is evil, allowing people to do these things, to embarrass Joe Biden like he is being embarrassed, to use Joe Biden the way he is being used. And I know that right now they're in Camp David. And we know from news media, the leaks are that they're talking about whether Joe Biden is going to run for the 2024 presidency or not. And that it's Joe and Jill who are having the conversation to make the final decision, even though Joe Biden has come out in the last day and a half and said, nope, he's absolutely going to run for the 2024 election, that he is the candidate for the Democratic Party and they can't do anything about it, which pretty much is true. For the most part, that is true. But this is the moment that Joe Biden gets to have a private conversation at Camp David with Joe Biden and say, Joe, you're not healthy. You are good for 6 hours out of 24. That's it. For 6 hours out of 24, you can run the country. A country that needs someone there at any given moment, 24 hours. What is it that Hillary Clinton once said? 3 a.m.? Who do you want getting the phone call at 3 a.m. to protect your country? Well, Joe Biden is only good from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. That's what we've been told. Some reports say 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's his window. That he is sharp and he is coherent and he's able to speak to people between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. That's it. And that's according to U.S. time. If he has to fly anywhere, if the time zones change, if he has to go overseas, then he's screwed. Then he's way off. He's useless. Then he's like what we saw on Thursday. Mumbling and misguided and doesn't know what he's talking about, losing himself in the middle of a sentence as he's speaking. Look, that's a problem. That's a massive problem. And we are seeing the news come out now, and they are finally admitting what the White House has known. This is why every time you see Joe Biden doing a speech, all of the events that he is taking care of, all the times that he looks strong and like he's alive, 10 a.m., 6 p.m., every single event. And when I say 6 p.m., that means he's off the stage by 6 p.m. He's going back home by 6 p.m. He started speaking, by 5 o'clock and done within an hour by 6 o'clock. He's gone. So it's almost always 10 to 6, usually 10 to 4. And he's trying to run the United States government, which is a 24/7 kind of job at any given moment. Think about that, folks. Are you thinking about that? Because I know the left hasn't been thinking about that for a long time. They keep telling us, you just don't understand. I saw a picture of Joe Biden at a meeting. I saw Joe Biden at a rally at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Yeah, you saw him in the middle of the afternoon. Did you see him at 8 o'clock at night? Did you see him at 9 a.m.? Do you see him dealing with any of the emergencies that happen in America for the other 18 hours of the day? No, he's dead silent. You don't see him tweeting. You don't see him talking in videos or doing any activity because he's incapable of doing so. And we're hearing that now. That is now being told to us. And people were going to say, but Mike, you don't know that. You don't know that. You can't say that. How dare you say that, Mike? You are a Republican and you're just putting out propaganda. Except this is Axios, the far left news organization Axios. Far left news agency Axios. To Joe Biden's. And in their statement, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and I have seen news agencies say 6 p.m., but according to Axios, the far left organization, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Biden is dependably engaged. And many of his public events in front of cameras are held within these hours. Outside of that time range, or while traveling abroad, Biden is more likely to have verbal miscues and become fatigued, according to Axios. According to the White House aides that spoke to Axios about Joe Biden and his health. This is not new. This is not sudden. They have known this. Axios has been talking to the White House longer than just last week. They did it for more than the last 48 hours. They have been talking. They have been following the White House. The White House reporters in the pool have been covering Joe Biden longer than just the last 48 hours. We have had 3 years. The left wing, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, the New York Times knew the reality. They knew the truth. They've been talking to those very same aides who have been helping Joe Biden that schedule him and say, can't schedule before 10 a.m., can't schedule after 4 p.m. They knew this. They knew to say, hey, we're going to tell the news media to be there. They got to be there at 2 in the afternoon. Can't be later. We've got to be out of there by 3 just to make sure Biden doesn't have a oopsie moment. And when they say verbal miscue, we mean every time that you have heard Joe Biden stumble in his words, lose where he is in a paragraph, just make up conversations. Everything that you saw on Thursday, plus all the things you have seen this before. This isn't new. I mean, mostly the political junkies were paying attention. People like me, people who are involved in politics and commentary, following the news. We have been seeing this for years. We've seen this under the Obama administration. We saw this. And we told people about Joe Biden doing this. Except it wasn't very extreme then. And if you told me 2017, Joe Biden, he's out of his mind, I'd say, no, he's not out of his mind. He's not all there, but he wasn't out of his mind. He knew what he was talking about. But look at him since then. Look at 2019, 2020, look at everything he has been saying over the last 5 years, 6 years. Look at the events he's been doing. They can't call us crazy anymore. They can't deny it anymore. They can't say, you were lying. Really? Because even the left is admitting it. And they're not saying, I want to show you again. When Axios, the far left, is talking about this, they say from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., Biden is dependably engaged. They didn't say that's a new policy. That didn't start this week. That isn't a new thing. That isn't because of after Thursday's debate, we will only see. They're not saying that this is the future, that going forward, there's only going to be that 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. 6-hour window where Joe Biden can do the job. That's not what they said. They said this has been happening. And it's very funny that Axios, the far left news media that are aware of this, won't tell you how long has this been happening. The news media that report this, and you should ask this of anyone who has a left-leaning politician, if you have a member of Congress, you have a state senator, a state assembly person, you have a state Democratic governor, ask them, how long has this been happening? How long? Because they're leaving this out. Oh, yeah, he only can work 6 hours a day to run our country. That's not a hell of a lot of time. That's not a whole lot of details. There's a lot of stuff that happens outside of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The rest of the world is going on. And he doesn't... Oh, this is so upsetting to me. This is so upsetting. It really is. And the news media does not want you. You're not supposed to think, how long? This isn't new. How long? And how long did they know? How long has the White House hidden this, or how long has it been since the New York Times just didn't want to tell you? We know, we've seen this at, again, G20, G7 meetings. We have seen Joe Biden. We have video of Biden stumbling downstairs, stumbling upstairs, falling across stages. We have video of this happening all around the world. Joe Biden losing himself, doesn't know whether or not he's introduced himself to a meeting that's already 15 minutes in, and the first thing they did was introduce him. He forgot that they did that. He forgot what conversation he was having. We have video of this for years. Years. And Democrats are telling you, oh, this was a one-time thing. This just happened. Oops, it was an accident. Oh, I'm so surprised. Well, it's not normally like this. This wasn't that bad. That's what they're trying to tell you right now. They're trying to convince you. It wasn't that bad. It's not like what you think it is. He can do a great job. It's, spin, spin, spin. They are trying to spin you, the public. They're trying to tell you your lying eyes are wrong. They're trying to tell you, don't think about it. Don't consider anything that has happened over the last 3 years that you have seen. Don't ever think back and question it. Don't ever realize you have been lied to on purpose. You have been used. You've been manipulated emotionally and used to get a political outcome. That the agenda, the political agenda, was more important than Joe Biden and more important than you. And they want to do that for another 4 years going forward. Is there anyone on the left? I ask this. Is there anyone on the left that disagrees with me? Is there anyone on the left that wants to say, Mike, you don't understand the situation? That's not what's happening with Joe Biden. That isn't what has been happening for 3 years. That this will be what happens for the next 4 years. Graham says, if Joe Biden only works 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., 6 hours, the rest of the American people should be held to the same standard, a 6-hour workday, which would improve everyone's life. No, it wouldn't. Okay, Graham goes into, well, if the president's working 6 hours a day, everyone should work just 6 hours a day, and that'll be utopia. Yeah, they tried that in France. It doesn't work. We've seen Japan tried that too, cutting down the work week to a 30-hour work week. It doesn't work. It fails. It's already been done. The experiment has already been tried. The leftists, the progressives, have already come up with that concept that we'll just cut the work week and, it'll be like the Jetsons in the cartoons. No, it doesn't work. Your economy will fail. Businesses fall apart. Doesn't work. It's a wonderful idea, doesn't work. And that also means if it doesn't work for businesses around the world, as economies have tried this by law, and again, Japan tried this in the 90s. They made it a law. They did it, and it failed. And they turned around and said, nope, we're scrapping those laws. That's a stupid idea. Won't do that again. If it doesn't work for our allies, if it doesn't work for businesses, large and small, why are we doing that with our president? If it's we know, we have the documentation. This doesn't work. We know you cannot keep up with the issues. If right now, look at it, it's 4:18 right now, New York, Eastern Standard Time. And if there is a riot at Columbia, like there has been on and off consistently, if Antifa decides that they want to try and burn down, whether it's in Atlanta and they're trying to burn down the police station there, or if they're doing it in L.A., or if they're doing it in New York and Brooklyn, where's the president? If they're trying to burn down the federal courthouse anywhere in America right now, 4:19 in the evening, 4:19 p.m., Joe Biden's now being put to bed. He's going to bed night, tucked in and done. The world's still going on. The French are still voting, and we are going to see how that changes European politics. He's asleep. Nigel Farage is getting ready for his win and bringing the United Kingdom center right. Hamas right now is torturing Americans, sexually abusing the Americans that are still alive, we hope, that have been tortured since October 7th. Right now at 4:20 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. That's happening in the world right now. China is threatening the Philippines right now. Japan is building an army right now. Iran is promising that the Ayatollah in Iran is promising to kill Americans and America right now. Russia is fighting the Ukraine right now. And Joe Biden, right this second, I am live talking to you right now at 4:21 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, and Joe Biden is being put to bed. It is past his 6-hour window. He is no longer coherent. He is no longer capable of doing the job. He cannot have a coherent, competent conversation right now because it is 4:21 in the afternoon on a Sunday. And if you think, Mike, but you are making that up again, this comes from Axios. This comes from the far left news media and their conversation and their confirmation of sources from the White House. This is coming from the White House through the left media. That means they are wording this as best they can. This is the best answer that you're going to get from the left. This is the best way they're going to market this, to make this look good for Joe Biden, is telling you that he's got 6 hours and then he is done. He is incoherent. He is incapable of having a conversation. He is incapable of having a full speech. He is the guy that you saw on Thursday. And that guy on Thursday was on drugs. That guy on Thursday was getting a boost. That's not just Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden on all the caffeine, the B12. God knows, who knows? He might have been doing lines of cocaine. And that's Joe Biden with as much adrenaline as he can get pumped into him without killing him on the stage. That was Thursday. What about the rest of the time? What about the rest of the time when they're not giving him adrenaline, when he's not getting B12 boosts, when their answer is, just go to sleep, Joe. Just go to sleep. Take a nap. Is that terrifying anyone? Do you understand why the G7, the G20, they don't pay attention to America anymore? Why countries around the world are going, we're not going to pay attention to them. We're going to do our own thing. Why China and North Korea, why Iran and Russia, why they're not afraid of Joe Biden, why they don't respect Joe Biden. They have laughed in Joe Biden's face over and over and over again because the news media said, oh, if you pointed this out and you said, oh, he's falling upstairs, he's shaking, he lost himself in the middle of a speech. No, that was only one time. It means nothing, according to the left. That's what CNN told you. That's what MSNBC told you. That's what the DNC, that's what all the politicians told you. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris. Oh, no, it's just those right-wing people. They're just lying to you. Were we? Were we really? Can you be sure of that now? Because I'm not. I'm even more convinced than I was 3 years ago that Joe Biden's out of his mind and was being used as a puppet. And who on the left can honestly say, no, that's wrong? Really? Show me Joe Biden at 8 o'clock. Show me his text messages, his emails. Show me his conversations at 8 o'clock at night for 3 days a week. I'm not even asking for the entire week. I'm not asking for 7 days a week. Show me 3 days a week, 3 consecutive days a week that Joe Biden is awake at 8 p.m. at night doing anything that advances and helps America. That's all I'm asking for. 3 days a week, 8 p.m. at night, Eastern Standard Time, Joe Biden doing the job of the president. Can you show us evidence of that? They can't. They know they can't. It's not out there. That evidence doesn't exist. I feel bad for picking on Joe Biden. I do. I mean, it's political. It's not personal. But I feel bad for him. And they're hoping that you feel so bad that you vote for Joe Biden. That's their answer. They want you to feel bad. That's what I truly believe. They think that if you feel bad enough, Joe Biden could get sympathy votes. And that's why they're keeping it going with him. Graham says, Mike, it's not about utopia, about working less hours, I assume. I assume that Graham is talking about working 6 hours a day is not about utopia. That sounds like utopia to me, Graham. COVID, the pandemic, made life on Earth more biologically dangerous. No, it didn't. It was a flu. There are lots of flus. There's a flu right now. Next year, there will be a flu. 100 years in the past, there was a flu. In 1,000 years from today, there will be a flu. Flus are not new. That doesn't make life more dangerous because there is a flu. Will there be bad flus? Absolutely. It's like the Spanish flu. There are flus. They happen. Some are bad, some aren't. Life will go on. Going on, he says, we all need stronger immune systems. No, we all don't. Some of us who happen to be in our 50s or older, played outside in the dirt. Some of us lived a life where we were rough and tumble, and we got scars and we got scratches, and we didn't wash our hands with germicide every day, 3, 4, 5 times a day. Some of us weren't getting coddled every day, and we don't get sick. Yes, have I been around people who have gotten the pandemic, like daily access to these individuals every day, breathing the same air constantly, touching the same objects that they're touching, and did I get sick? No. Has that been the case for 3 years, 4 years? Yes. Why? I have a better immune system. Lots of people my age have better immune systems. I know there's a lot of people who are terrified. I know there's a lot of people who are afraid. Fine. And I'm not saying that the older you get, you're not susceptible. You can be. But it seems like, and I can't say for sure, but it seems like the people getting the jab are more likely to be sick and more severely sick than people just getting the cold and dealing with it. So, no, I don't agree with you, Jan. I do not agree with what you're saying there. I understand the feeling you're saying, Graham. I understand the feeling. And that's the feeling that the left is counting on. Again, that's promising you rainbows and unicorns and, everything's going to be fantastic, rosy glasses. It never works. It never helps. It just doesn't happen. I understand why you want to believe that. It doesn't happen. By the way, folks, we're going to get to talking about what's happening in America. We're going to talk about the domestic. We kind of have been. We kind of started talking. Believe it or not, we really haven't even addressed what's going on with the 2024 election. We haven't even addressed Biden's complete failure and how Democrats are dealing with that, what its repercussions are for the rest of the world. We're going to get into that. We're going to have that conversation. We've only been talking for 2 hours today. We've covered a lot of information. We've been trying to go into detail. I want you to think about some of the things that MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, they are desperate. You should not be thinking about this. They do not want you to think. They want you to feel what they told you to feel. They want you to do what they told you to do. They don't want you to think. I do. I want you to think. Whether you agree with me or not, that's okay. You can say, Mike, I don't agree. Graham and I don't agree about whether or not you should start working at 10, whether you should have a 6-hour workday, about the fact, the evidence that it's been tried before and it failed completely. We can have that conversation. You can tell me, Mike, but that's what I would like. Okay, fantastic. I can live with that. I can understand that. I can appreciate that. Doesn't mean that's the reality. And it doesn't mean that we change all of our policies because someone had a feeling, and that feeling, even though it's absolutely, factually, empirically wrong, and we can prove it, we're not changing the world because of that feeling. Yet that's what the left wants to do. That's what they want you to do. You need to change. Notice, it's never, again, never them changing their life. You have to change. They're trying to justify their feelings and the way that they want you to react. How they want to change the world to make their lives better and make your life worse. It's amazing. And speaking of that, there is Jamal Bowman. Even the Times of India noticed this week, the Times of India this week noticed and had to comment on the 27th, had to mention Jamal Bowman lost. That the squad, that progressives, the Democratic Socialists of America are failing. That they are doing worse and worse. That this is not a good thing for America. Well, rather, these organizations weren't a good thing for America. Jamal Bowman's loss, the Progressive Democratic Socialists of America loss, the squad loss is shrinking. What next? And they go into it a little bit. And they're talking about the squad. They talk a little bit about the big picture. And they talk about what's happening between the lines. And they most importantly tell you why it matters, why the Times of India thinks it matters. It raises concerns about the sustainability of progressive agendas in districts with diverse and shifting demographics. Let me reword that for you. It raises concerns that progressives are able to maintain their momentum. That people are tired of running to the left because they never get the promises. There is never a rainbow. There are never unicorns. There is never sunshine, all the wonderful candy and good life that they promise. Never happens. Doesn't exist. Isn't there. Impossible. But that's what they keep getting promised. And they're tired of chasing it down. And most people are stopping. That they're not necessarily that they're suddenly becoming conservatives or Republicans or going to the far right. Some people are just stopping where they are and suddenly winding up in a new demographic. They no longer count like they used to. They are now being punished and shunned and treated entirely different just because they stopped running left. And even the Times of India is able to notice this. Even the Times of India was able to point that out on the 27th of June. This is amongst the other factors that the left is losing, that their crazy ideas like Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, and tuition-free college, which is a scam, that is just a way to try and buy votes. Free tuition. Oh, you went to college. We're going to pay for it. You are going to pay for that person's college degree because they now know how to do lesbian basket weaving, and you are going to pay $100,000 for that. Your taxes are going to pay $100,000 to have interpretive dance, African interpretive dance. That's a degree. Aren't you happy that just cost you a house? If you're living in an apartment, the reason why you can't have a house right now, because somebody decided they want to have interpretive lesbian dance, as an example. That's a degree you paid for, and you don't get to have a house because of it. Don't you feel like that's a great trade? Somebody now knows and has a PhD in African studies, and they can now teach other students about African studies. There is no other application for this. Doesn't apply to anything else. You can't do anything else with that degree. It is useless for every other job on the face of the earth. You can't, no, if having a degree in African studies in America, African studies in general, does not help you hammer a nail into a board. It does not teach you how to wash a dish. It does not teach you how to do brain surgery. It doesn't help you predict whether a stock will go up or down. It is merely politics. That's it. It is there to try and convince you to vote for one political party, to make you more progressive and to vote progressive. That's the only thing that degree is useful for. And they want you to get a PhD in that degree so that you can go and teach other kids that same study so that those kids only have one thing: vote progressive. That is the only purpose of some of these degrees. They are useless for anything and everything else. And that's why we have seen that there has been a 300% increase in the size of the staff at colleges in America since the 1980s. 300% increase. They're not getting smarter kids. They just have more teachers teaching the same idea: be progressive. That's it. And you're paying for it. You are paying for it. This is why you cannot have a house. This is why you cannot go out and buy a new car. That's the answer. Because your money has already been spent to make sure that that kid in college is going to be a progressive and teach other kids, the next generation after them, to be progressives too. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone see that in a different way? Does that not make sense to people? Because if it doesn't make sense, I just want to make sure I will clarify my position. But I think it's very clear. And even the Times of India recognizes this. This is international, folks. Everyone around the world sees where the leftist policies, the progressive politics, where does it lead and how does it lead there? Everyone sees that. Hang on a second. Oh my God, the rain was crazy flying through the window, and now it's like humid. Might as well be in a sauna, I tell you. Not even a good sauna, a bad sauna. But that's how I feel. All right. Okay, we've been talking about 2 hours and 7 minutes. Oh, I forgot to. You know, sometimes when I take a break, for those who are new to the channel, and I hope if you've been listening for the last 2 hours of us talking about the international aspect of how the international movements politically are affecting the United States and how the United States is affecting the rest of the world. If you found that to be educational, entertaining, whatever you may have thought about it, if you were listening to it for more than 5 minutes, please give us a like, a share, subscribe. That's it. That's all you need to do. So that you can do this again next week, so that you're able to hear this, as it helps us get to events like Freedom Fest 2024, like going to the National Reparations Council, or Conference, excuse me. It helps us to do these things because of your support, and we do appreciate it, and we hope that you will consider a like, a share, and most of all, to subscribe, as that helps us to get to 5,000 subscribers. We're not asking for the world. I'm not asking for the universe. You're not going to make me a billionaire, and I don't expect to be. All I want to do is reach more people. That's it. Simple. Simple goals in this life. And if you can donate $1.50, become part of our Patreon. $1.50 a month. We're talking about, what is that? That's an extra scoop of sugar in your coffee over at Starbucks. Just extra sugar. $1.50. There you go. At least under the Biden inflationary world that we live in. Listen, Graham says, we have a comment here. Give me a second. Graham says, and he's asking me, Mike, look into the long pandemic and how many Americans have been suffering with this since the pandemic. I look forward to you having a more in-depth discussion about this. I am somewhat aware of the long pandemic, that it does exist. as does having long-term impacts by the flu. That's not new. And yes, we have individuals who will suffer that. Absolutely. We have people who are suffering from the jab just as badly, if not more so. And we don't even know what that does because we have not done a full human trial study. We are the human trial study of the jab. That's a fact. We don't know what it does to human beings. We won't know. It'll take 10 years, and then at the end of the 10 years, we'll look at the numbers and say, gee, these are the side effects. Who knew? That's the truth. If anyone's being honest with you, anyone who has followed pharmaceutical companies, looked at drug development, you know this is the fact. It takes 7 to 10 years to find out whether or not it actually works. 7 to 10 years. And that's assuming that it's actually good for you and it's actually working, that it'll take that long. And we've been finding out the jab, not necessarily that good for you. Many versions of the jab have been bad and they've been removed from the marketplace because they're not good for you. So you're talking about the effects of a long disease. There's lots of diseases out there. There's lots of colds, there's lots of flus that have long-term impacts on people's lives. There always have been. This isn't new. It's getting new media coverage. It's getting new media fear, but it's not new. Talk to medical experts. There are many diseases and afflictions that are somewhat common that have strains that are longer term, that have long-term impact. There are many drugs that, or rather many strains of illnesses that have become immune to antibiotics. And antibiotics don't work on them anymore. You don't hear a whole lot of news on that. It's been happening for a decade now at least, that these antibiotic strains of some of these diseases that we've been dealing with, it's been growing. No one's panicking on that. I'm not going to panic on the long-term COVID impact. It's not significant. Yes, it's bad for the people who have it. Absolutely. So is, being paralyzed. So is having Bell's palsy. So is having a stroke. It's bad for the people who have it. Doesn't mean that everyone in the world should panic and that it's going to change the world. It doesn't. It just doesn't. And that doesn't mean that everyone should get the jab. I'm not saying that you don't get it. I'm not a medical expert. But I'm giving you my opinion based on medical fact that exists. And as a stockbroker, as someone who has followed pharmaceutical companies for, over a decade, for decades now, I have followed pharmaceutical companies in their drug development, in going through the 4 stages of the FDA requirements to get a drug approved for FDA approval, human drugs that will affect human beings. Been through this process many, many times. And I can tell you, you don't know for 7 to 10 years. That's how long the process takes. That is a fact. So all the fact checkers out there talking to Facebook, talking to YouTube, talking to Google, when you want to fact check me, I am being absolutely 110% correct. This is a factual process. So, don't try and twist me out of being correct. So, let me see here. Folks, normally it's we've been going about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Now, for those who are new to the channel, we normally take a break very quickly at about this point because I have a puppy. He is 13 years old. His name is Khan. I love him dearly. Been with me 13 years. Since he was about 6 weeks old, he's always been with me everywhere I go. And Khan is older, and right about now is when we go out, we take a quick walk because he's an older dog and helps him feel better. And then we come back. It takes about an hour. And we usually just listen to various videos of interviews that I have done or other conversations that I have had. And then that gives you, and then we come back and I deal with nothing but domestic and your questions. Domestic, your calls, your questions. That's the second half of the show. And that's what we're about to do. Again, I always appreciate everyone, whether you're leaving a comment on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Rumble, putting in a super chat, or if you want to call in, we are always paying attention. But I'm going to step away for about an hour. That means that we're going to be back at 5:45, and then we'll take on the second part. And in that second half, we will be talking more specifically and more directly about Thursday, the 2024 presidential debate. We'll be talking specifically, did Trump answer every question or not? Did Biden answer every question or not? How did that impact the way people are voting? What are the polls saying about that? What are polls saying about VP? What are for the Republican VP pick? What are we seeing the polls say now about Democrats and the Democratic convention? What about third-party candidates? What is happening out there? We will address all of that more specifically and more definitively, and we'll go through several predictions, where the predictions are and what we predict in terms of the 2024 election. I hope you will join us on that, and we'll be back at 5:45 to address all of those things. Let's see here. We've got... That's not the one. There we go. Oh, wait. Hang on, something's wrong. Bear with me, folks. Something went wrong there. You were supposed to hear that, and you could not hear that. Why is that the case? Ooh. Hang on, let's try that again. And we're going to be talking about... There we go. A lot of stuff I want to talk about today. But to get started, let me start off with... Hello, everyone. This is Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, here with you on No Soundbites Allowed. If it's the first time you've ever seen the live cast that we do, the channel handles politics in the long form. That means we talk about everything that's affecting you, and rather than giving you a soundbite, 30 seconds of information, a headline, which is often and almost always misleading, we actually try and talk with you and go over what's actually happening and how it affects you. That's the purpose of the show. That's the program. That's the whole premise. And we've been doing it for about 12 years now. So if you haven't seen the show before, I hope you're enjoying it. So we've been on, so people are starting to notice that we're here. So I'm going to start off really quick, just a quick message. First of all, we support our veterans, and I want you to know, Post 80 in Binghamton, New York, that is the American Legion Post 80, is going to be having a chicken barbecue on July 18th. Please support our vets. I support the vets. I want them to do as well as possible. And, by the way, just so you know, Post 80, wrong way. Post 80 also does takeout. You can order takeout from them. Please support our veterans. It's always important. By the way, Lacey Kestiger is here with us. And hey, Lacey, it's always good to see you. Thank you for joining us here. So I did want to get that out and let people know about that. And I see John is with us as well. And he says, hey, Michael, it's always good to see you as well. So I wanted to first start off with that little announcement there. And with that being said, and I do have one other surprise that's going to be coming up a little bit later in the show that I'll be talking about, which is going to be some great news. It'll be very interesting for a lot of people. But we have a lot of news to go over today. Oh my God, there's so much information out there. Juan R., we love you, Mike. Thank you. I love you guys too. And as you may notice, I am paying attention to everybody. We get a lot of responses. You can respond by Twitter, by Facebook. We look for all of the comments that you have out there. And there it is, the chat. And so comments will come up and we'll be reading them off. Michael, how can I be as cool as you? John, you're going to take a couple of years. You'll get there. But I want to talk about a couple of big things that are going on. And probably one of the things that are really catching people's attention right now happens to be what's going on over with Goya. Okay. Now, a lot of people don't always know what is Goya. And I don't know if everybody knows who Goya is. And Goya is one of the biggest Spanish food distributors in the country. Okay. They do a fantastic job with what they do there. And I love Goya. Goya Foods it's been something in my family. We've had it for many, many years. Actually, I'm just trying to fix one of my cameras here. Sorry about that. And I love their foods. Malta is one of their great. It's like a soda kind of root beer kind of drink. I love Malta. It's fantastic. And Goya it's a massive brand. It's number 2 in the nation when it comes to Hispanic foods. And they're getting a boycott. A lot of people may not have heard about this. The president of Goya came out and he said, hey, I love what the president is doing. He said the same thing when President Obama was in office. He's always very happy about anything that's going to help the Hispanic community. Obviously, as a businessman, that is his community that he works with. So he's always happy to hear that. And he's happy to mention that when the president is doing anything, whatever president is doing something that's positive for the Hispanic community, like jobs, then he's going to come out and he says it. And that's always been a positive thing. Well, if you may have heard, this time, when Goya came out and said, hey, we support Hispanics, or Goya itself supports the president in helping Hispanics, the very next thing we heard is that across the nation, there were a lot of progressives who said we have to boycott Goya. I want to mention something really important about the boycott of Goya, which is, it's coming from you here, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's one of those who is against this. This is what they are against. And I want you to understand exactly what we're talking about here. What is it that Goya is against? Let's look at it. Goya is the boycott of Goya, I should say. What are they against in that? Well, the boycott is against Goya giving 200,000 pounds of food. We're talking about Goya giving 18,225 meals in New York City to students and families. We're talking about Goya donating toys to orphans. This is what they're against. This is what they are boycotting. They are boycotting Goya offering $20,000 for students learning how to become a chef. They are against Goya Foods hosting a chef competition. They're against 180,000 pounds of food that was sent to Venezuela. Venezuela, a country that became socialist, and in becoming socialist, went from one of the richest countries in all of South America to the poorest, where their people are running away from the country because they are starving to death and they are being shot by their socialist government. Hello. And Goya is going out there and feeding the people. This is what they are protesting. They are protesting against, I'm just running through. This is their press releases, and this is going back years and years and years. Goya Foods observes Holy Week because Hispanics tend to be very religious and very conservative. What a shocking announcement. This is not new news. What about the 61,265 pounds of food that was donated to New Jersey Devils and Prudential? They were voted America's #2 most loved food brand. 200 metric tons of food given to the people of Venezuela. $20,000 in culinary arts. Okay, I think we're getting the point here. This is what, when people say, I want to boycott Goya Foods, this is what you're boycotting. You're boycotting feeding nations, literally feeding nations. This is what the boycott is because, and the reason why, and this is important, why are they doing the boycott? Because the president said, the president of Goya said the president of the United States is doing okay for Hispanics. what a terrible thing. How dare any Hispanic have an idea of, one, being conservative, two, thanking a president for doing something good for Hispanics, for Hispanic Americans. This is where our nation has come to. That if you say you did a good job for Hispanics, oh my God, you picked the wrong political side, and I want to destroy your company that is giving away 2 metric tons of food who are starving from the very same socialism that the progressives are promoting. It is stupid. Those are the only words I have for that. That is stupid. That is the most stupid boycott I've heard about. Now, I'm not going to tell you can't boycott. It is your American right. It is your privilege. No, it's not a privilege. It's your right to boycott anything you want. If you think Rocky Road is better than butter pecan and you want to start a protest, go for it. If you think cat food is better than dog food, you can start a protest. I don't care. That's your right as an American citizen. But at the same time, we have to think about what are the consequences and what is the cause? What is the reason? Is it worth it to deny 2 metric tons of food to Hispanics in South America who are starving to death in socialism and being shot by their government? Is it good to take away the profit and the ability of that company to feed those people because somebody wants you to vote Democrat in 2020 in the presidential election? Is that worth the trade-off? Do you think that is justified? Let me look at the comments here. So a couple of the comments are, I see John mentions Goya Foods. Yeah, very epic. They're a great company. Ron Stafford mentions that white liberal boycott. Yes, it is a white liberal boycott for the most part, although Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and a couple of others who are Hispanic Democrats are saying that the boycott should happen. AOC stated, all Spanish people are black too. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Sorry, technology. Vic Furman mentions that all Spanish people are black too. Kind of. There's been a lot of mixing, especially during the days of slavery. There were a lot of Puerto Rico, the Caribbean was a stopping point along the route from Africa to the United States. A lot of the indigenous people of Puerto Rico, the Taino Indians, were mixed in. I'm black and Hispanic myself, though not from its mom and dad, not the history of Spain, although probably is. So yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I don't care. Whether you identify as a black Hispanic, a white Hispanic, if you say you're only Hispanic, you're Latino, it doesn't really matter. Goya isn't in the business of saying, let's elect a president. Goya's in the business of selling food to people who need it and giving and donating food to Hispanics that need it and Hispanic nations that need it. And by having a boycott, which you can do if you believe in this, but what you're doing, and I want you to understand the consequence of what is going to happen. If this, which I don't think this boycott's going to be effective at all, and so far in the news media, it isn't. It's actually having the reverse effect that more people are going out and buying Goya, which tells you what the nature of the nation is right now. They're rejecting this boycott because Goya is a great company. But what we're seeing is, okay, they're saying we want to bankrupt this company so they can't feed Hispanics around the world. And if you think that's worth it, go for it. But please understand what you're doing. You're taking food literally out of the mouths of people in Venezuela. You're literally taking food out of the mouths of people across America. You are literally taking scholarships away from Hispanic kids across the nation. And if you think that's worth saying, I don't like President Trump, go for it. I don't think it's a fair trade-off. I think that's stupid. But if you think I'm wrong, guess what? You can see it on the screen right above. You can call in at 607-242-1582, and you can tell me why I'm wrong and why we should boycott Goya and stop them from being able to donate food to hungry people around the world because President Trump, orange man bad. I mean, I want to hear that argument. Please call in and tell me how I'm wrong on that. Or you can just text or comment, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube. And as you can see, we read it all off. So, because this is about a conversation. As much as I may lead the conversation, this is a conversation that we're going to have with you. Sorry, and I got a few things coming in off of Facebook. There's a few other things that I wanted to talk about here today. And I said, we have a lot that I want to cover. So I'm trying to get through a lot of information. One of the things I want to get into, also, something that a lot of people may not have heard about or may not be as familiar about. What about Michael Jordan? By the way, you can call in if I'm jumping past something too fast, please stop me. But I want to talk about Michael Jordan. And you may not have heard about this website, The Undefeated. Not a lot of people know about it, but Michael Jordan does. And a lot of people have been talking about Black Lives Matters, and I'm going to be talking more about it in just a few seconds. But I want people to understand, there's this impression out there, especially by certain people, like a gentleman by the name of Masai Andrews, who also goes by the name of Roderick Douglas, apparently, on Facebook. And Roderick believes in the comment, here it goes, I want people to see this clearly. Roderick believes in the comment that if you disagree with his political statements, he will call you a name I can't say on YouTube or Facebook without this being shut down. But you can see the screenshot right there. That's how he decides that if you don't agree with him and you don't agree with Plot or Black Lives Matters, he wants you to shut up. And if you're black, he adds a wonderful little sound it out. You'll know what that racial slur is. That's kind of upsetting there. But what does Michael Jordan have to say about this? What did Michael Jordan think about this? What is he saying about this? Well, Michael Jordan just came out he had made a comment back in July 25th about this, and I think it's appropriate to read it again. And talking about how over decades he has seen law enforcement officers, dedication of law enforcement officers who protected him and his family. And he has great respect for their sacrifice and services. And he recognizes that for many people of color, their experiences with law enforcement may have been different than his, but he wants to speak up that we can come together as Americans and through peaceful dialogue and dedication and education, achieve constructive change. You know, that's an important message. That's a really important message to think about today. Okay, that's coming from Michael Jordan, a black guy that some people I doubt Masai Andrews would be bold enough to say the same thing about Michael Jordan as he just did about me. Now, you may say, well, Mike, what does that have to do with anything that's going on anywhere in America? Especially as we talk about Black Lives Matters. Well, let's think about this for a second. What's going on with Black Lives Matters right now? We've got people who are going on out there and they're saying that, Black Lives Matters, and we're going to go into the streets. We're going to block traffic in highways. And we're going to go and tell people they're evil and racist if they don't agree. And they're even going to go so far, as to, where is it? Here it is. They're going to go so far as to kill people, as has happened. And not only am I talking about the child that died in Atlanta, which I spoke about last week, and there's an article I have on that, but also just a couple days ago, a young mom was killed because she had the audacity to say, all lives matter. Can you imagine that? Someone said, all lives matter, and they got killed. Is that insane? Is that where our nation has come to? They've gone beyond not just saying, hey, you're a racial slur, as was said by Masai. Oops, wrong one. Where is it? Where is that image? Nope. There it is. No. Oh, there it is. Sorry, working with my technology here. Not only going from that racial slur, as we heard from Roderick Douglas on, which is allegedly Messiah Andrews, one of the leaders of political leaders of tomorrow. But no. It goes even further that, as we see reported in the Daily Sun, all lives matters equals death. This woman, this young woman, was killed. A mother of a 3-year-old was killed because she dared to have a disagreement with someone who said Black Lives Matters. She said all lives matters, and they shot her. And you can check out this, and at the end of the discussion today, you'll see in the comments and the descriptions all of the links that I'm talking about and showing you right now. Now, it takes a British newspaper, The Sun, to say this, because if you look at what happened in WTHR in the United States, they say that a family downtown canal shooting, oh my God, this woman was killed because she had a conflict, but they won't talk about what was the conflict. Where is it here? In this article, walked along with friends, holiday violence. Ramirez said they were walking the canal around 3 a.m. Sunday when they got into a racially charged argument with another group of people, 4 men and a woman. Now, here's the thing and this is why this has not gone national. WTHR is reporting this as a racially charged argument with 4 people. Well, here's some of the things you may want to ask, and ask our news media. Okay, what was the racially charged argument? They know what it is because they're doing the interview. And they're asking some of the people who were involved in the incident what was going on. But for some reason, because you can't say Black Lives Matters is killing people, and they are, then they have to go with it's a racially charged incident. But if you look at some of the other news media that covered this very same event, they mention that this was, and here it is, from Fox 59 out of Indianapolis. The answer is Black Lives Matters, and she said all lives matter. From the news media. See, they're trying to hide the story. And you know what? That isn't helping anyone in America. And one of the first people to catch this was Timcast. And a lot of people like this guy. I think he does a pretty good job. He's on YouTube. And that's how I found it. And then I looked into it because he's saying no one in America was talking about it. And you know what? They really aren't. They're hiding this from you. And again, I have to ask a question. Is it worth hiding for the message of Black Lives Matters? For the message that comes out of, Roderick Douglas, otherwise known as allegedly as Messiah Andrews of Plot here in Binghamton, is it worth it for their message to lie and not tell people that if you say all lives matters in America today, that's worth killing you? That's something that someone feels that they can get away with killing you just because you say something they don't agree with. My God, where has this nation come to? We have people who are trying to take over entire parts of cities. The Seattle Chaz, the Asheville, North Carolina, an attempted Chaz. In Atlanta, Georgia, they're taking over and trying to take over and make an autonomous zone there. Really? Because someone doesn't agree with another person's politics, because they're misrepresenting facts. And in Atlanta, a child was killed. An 8-year-old child was killed. And the news media doesn't want you to have national outrage on that. That's not important to report. This woman is killed. That's not important to report because they have an agenda. Just like they have an agenda when it comes to Goya. You don't need to know what this is going to impact. You don't need to know what's really important. What you need to know is you have to have the right political ideology. You have to know that you have to vote a certain way. And no information that might give you full ideas about what's going on, anything that's going to really tell you in context what's happening in this nation, well, that's not important because you may not vote the right way. This is a massive manipulation and it's destroying this nation. Destroying this nation. By the way, for everybody who's watching the program right now, everyone who's making comments, I would love to hear anyone, if you will, comment. Did you hear about this woman in Indianapolis a week ago who was killed because she said all lives matter? Is this the first time that you're hearing about that? Because it's terrifying. It's absolutely 1,000% terrifying. Where is our nation going? How can we do this? How can this happen in America? I don't understand. I don't understand it. And we're supposed to understand it's okay for people to do things like block off city streets. And I want to come back to this. According to Mike, I don't know Mike.com, but they're talking about 60 people have had cars driven into them. You may recall just recently a white woman was killed by a black driver of an automobile. He hit her by accident, it appears, and she died because she was in the highway. And the 60 people who've had cars driven into them during a Black Lives Matters protest, guess what? You're walking into a highway traffic, but it is the fault of the people who are driving, trying to get to and from work, see their families, live their lives. They're being stopped by these protesters. And if you accidentally hit them, and maybe some people did it on purpose, I don't know. But generally, if you walk into the middle of traffic in a highway, guess what? You're in the fault. It's your fault. And the media won't say, oh my God, these people walked into a highway and they're at fault. That's a crazy, stupid thing to do. And that's, by the way, not protesting because you're denying people the right to be able to go and live their lives and to go to and from work, maybe go to the hospital, take care of their family, whatever they're trying to do. But because you have a feeling, you get to destroy someone else's life. And if they happen to hit you because you just walked out into the middle of a street of ongoing, oncoming traffic, well, that's the driver's fault. Not your fault for recklessly trying to kill yourself. No, it's their fault because they hit you because you recklessly tried to kill yourself. Why is no one talking about this? I don't understand it. Why are we not putting this into perspective? And by the way, if you didn't hear about that, and I'm going to come to the comments in just 1 second, folks. By the way, on April 26th last year, no one really heard about this. If you do, you can sue. By the way, you can sue Black Lives Matters, the organizers, for recklessly driving, walking out and blocking traffic, endangering people's lives. You can sue for that. And I think many people should. This came out on April 26th of 2019, according to ABC News. And I hope that case is going to be resolved soon because an officer had to come out and try and protect people from getting themselves killed for walking into traffic on a highway. And the result was Black Lives Matter's members threw concrete at him and hurt him severely. I believe his jaw was broken, amongst other things. So there's your answer. It's just crazy. But again, something no one ever hears about in the news media. And we really should. Let me take a look here. So the comments, we got Jason from Bang. No, he has not heard about this. He did not hear about what happened to this woman in in Indianapolis, being killed because she said all lives matters. Now, I happen to look at a lot of news media, both nationally and internationally, so that's why I was able to hear it. But it's just amazing to me. And Mama Papa says USA is the pillar of the world, so everyone wants to destroy the USA, and the only way to do so, that is from the inside, so please don't let it happen. I don't want America to end. I don't want America to end. I think we have the greatest nation in the world. Even though we have stupid things like this, where Black Lives Matters comes out and they shoot someone for saying all lives matters. There are crazy, insane, violent people in America. There are. And some of them are liberals, some are not. Some of them are members of Antifa. Some of them are members of Black Lives Matters and Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Some of them are on the alt-right. Some of them are just crazy people in between. They exist. But one of the things that we need to do is not to glorify one group of those crazy people and denounce all the others. We should denounce them all equally, because that is a matter of equality. If we have equality in America, when someone does something horrendous and evil, like killing a mom because they said something politically you don't like, then we hold them accountable and denounce them for doing that. When we hear people who say things like what was said by Roderick Douglas on social media, you hold them accountable for that racial insensitivity and racial slurs, and we call them out for that. That's how we stop that. Because if we don't, it all breaks down into chaos. It just gets worse. And my God, we need to call these people out for some of this racial insensitivity, these crazy things they're doing. You know what? If I tried to go out right now, and if I tried to take over, I don't know, my local block, and here I am in Southern Tier, New York, upstate New York, and if I tried to take over a block or two here, guess what? And I said, well, it's because I'm black. I'm going to get arrested because I should. That's, kidnapping, terrorism, treason. But yet, if I say, well, I'm with Black Lives Matters, it's okay. No, it's not. We need to call this stuff out. What's the matter with some of our elected political officials, especially the ones on the far left, the elected Democrats out there? We need to call these people out and say, denounce this stuff. Talk to your party and stop this. This is insane, because when you don't do that, someone dies. And sometimes that someone is an 8-year-old child. Matter of fact, I want to pull up that story. I'm going to pull that up in a second, just so you can see what I'm talking about, because I was talking about it last week, and I want people to see that link, just so you can see what I'm referring to here. And give me a second. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. So I'm not going to play the audio of it. I just want you to see what I was talking about. This was in the Terry Crews. I was talking about Don Lemon and Terry Crews, but the very beginning of that is talking about this child, come on, stupid screen, who is killed at Black Lives Matters because her parents decided to make a turn down the wrong street. And this was from the, what is this? This was from July 8th. The children are being killed. It's sad. And this is what happens when we don't stop the radicals out there. You may believe in Black Lives Matter. You may believe in the ideology of the socialist progressives, and that's fine if you do. It's America. You can believe that if you want to. But that line stops when we do violence. When we see violence going on in our nation, when children are being killed, I draw the line at that. I draw the line when the consequences of what's going on is going to deny millions of people, well, potentially millions of people throughout our nation and around the world for that matter, the ability to eat food, like with Goya. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe it's a good thing. We need to go out. Maybe we should be protesting everybody who's giving food to anyone in the world. Maybe we should allow radicals to go around and kill people because they don't agree with the ideas that they're hearing, because someone dared to say, I have a different opinion. I don't know. But I know it's not just happening to me, because it's happening to a lot of people. As you can see, this is a posting that came out yesterday from June 30th. It was a repost of a June 30th Twitter where David Curtin, who I don't know, I do not know the man, but he's talking about just because he happens to be a black conservative, apparently, a black Republican, or more importantly, someone who doesn't agree with Black Lives Matters, he was labeled words I can't repeat without, Facebook and YouTube instantly shutting this down. And I know exactly how he feels because they're doing the same thing to me. And you know what? That's sad. That is sad. That we can't speak our mind and we are being told, especially if you happen to be black or Hispanic, you can't think for yourself. You can't have an opinion for yourself. And if you do, you are a racist and they're going to throw racist slurs at you. The very same racist slurs that they accuse someone of being a white supremacist if they use these words. And yet these very same words are used by these people against their own. That's sad. Mama Papa mentions what we need is a roundtable between leaders to stop this nonsense movement. Well, that would be interesting, and yeah, maybe that could work if we actually knew who the leaders were. You're talking about Black Lives Matters, progressive leaders of tomorrow, the far left. Who leads them? They are secret groups, secret organizations with a secret membership, with a secret agenda. We don't know what they stand for. All we do know is when they come out and they make racial attacks. And we also know that very often they will come out and they will use different names. They will use the anonymity given to them because of the internet, and they will use different names like a Roderick Douglass or a Rick Glass to go out there and to make attacks that they couldn't otherwise do. They will use terms and insult people and attack people and make people afraid to respond because, hey, they can get away with that. So you don't get a round table. There is no speaking to them because there is no them. They hide themselves. This is how they intimidate people. And it's really, really sad. And I'm really, really angry about this. I was doing a lot of work, and I was actually going to go in an entirely different direction with this entire show today. And then I saw that, whoops, hang on. Hello, and thank you for calling into the show. This is Michael. How can I help you?
Hey, it's Jason.
Jason from Bing. He's one of our frequent callers on the program. And by the way, folks, you too can call in at any time and be able to speak on the show. Jason, and again, just for clarification, you are not Jason Garnar, the county executive of Binghamton. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, just you kind of segued into a couple things that I wanted to kind of tie into. It kind of relates back to some of the situation that's happening with over in Endicott, and they apologizing for the conversation about
Well, before you go further, let me let people know what's going on with that because there was one of the things on the list. So for people who don't know, a couple of days ago, a couple of members, a Republican and a Democrat, saw a post on social media that said "White Lives Matter," and they said, "I dare you to repost this," and they liked it. They actually liked the video. So elected politicians, both parties, liked a social media meme. Because of that, the Democratic Party of Broome County has asked for the resignation of one of their own elected officials and also the Republican mayor, and has threatened them they need to resign and kicking the Democrat out of the Democratic Party because they liked something on Facebook. Not because of any policy they did, not because of anything they have done for their constituents, not because their constituents are upset with them. No, because they liked a meme on Facebook that disagrees with the message coming out of Democratic Party, which is you must accept the socialist Marxist ideology of Black Lives Matters. So yes, go right ahead.
Yeah. So, what? Let me ask you your opinion then of their response, and especially, I think I put a little more stress on the Republican mayor there, considering that she actually now is kneeing to these progressive individuals. So what was your thoughts on her, and also too is what they're actually going through to be, I would call it reprogrammed.
Well, here's the thing, and I should also mention that the mayor of Endicott, which is Linda Jackson, her deputy mayor Cheryl Chapman, who is the Democrat, they have both apologized publicly for this statement for this action they took, because they say that they did not know that there would be such a racial meaning behind it. They weren't thinking of it in that manner. They were thinking of it more as a all lives matter, not a racist white supremacist ideology, which quite honestly, unless you're thinking in terms of race, unless you're thinking about this as a racist, saying that white lives matter must equal racism, that is an inherently racist statement, quite honestly. Because if you're saying that, then Black Lives Matters is a black supremacist statement. There's no difference. If you change the words, if I said that Asian lives matter, does that make it somehow about Asian supremacy? That's the message that they're putting out there. And one of the big tests about whether or not something is racist is to say, okay, let's change the term and see if it still fits. If I change that key word white to black or Asian or Jewish or gay, and does it mean the same thing? Does the context suddenly change? If it means the same thing all the way through, it's not a racist statement. If it does change, then it is a racist statement. So, or rather the other way around. If it stays, it's racist. If it changes, then it's not. So when I say gay lives matter, I don't think that anyone's thinking that that means that gays are supremacists. But somehow if you say whites are, then it is supremacy. That's inherently on the subjectiveness of the person. It's your mindset that changes the meaning of the words. And that's something we should keep in mind. So they apologize for this. I don't agree with that. I don't think that was the right move, because I believe every time we have seen people apologize to Black Lives Matters, they go ape crap, and they go out there and they ask for more, and they try and get more and more and more. So I don't think that resolves it. I don't think that stops them. I think that encourages them to do more, to attack more, and to ask for more, and to try and get more. And that doesn't help anyone, because it's not a benefit to constituents. If you have elected officials that are doing their jobs properly, then why should you get rid of them because of a misunderstanding? Especially when that misunderstanding is subjective to the people like Bridget Kane, chairman of the Broome County Democratic Committee. It's her impression that it's racist. It's her racist viewpoint on it that makes the statement racist. And therefore, she's going to keep going with it. And that may hurt the people of Endicott because of her miscommunication. That's a problem. So I'm very upset about that. I'm very upset that they have to go through this. And I know that they're going through a racial sensitivity training. And I know the individual that I've actually interviewed, the gentleman, Mr. Lawrence Parham, who formerly used to be a member of Black Lives Matters back 4 years ago before he left that group. And I've done an interview with him on that. And I think it's just silly that they have to go through that. I just do. But I see that John Solak mentions that no iron ladies need apply. And Tony Garrett mentions nobody really gives an actual F about life, hence children starving to death in the 21st century. To an extent, Tony, you're right. And I understand, John. Yeah, it's sad that they're treating women like this. Because if it was a Republican doing this to them, if the Republican Party said, we're going to kick you out because you dared say something we don't agree with, there would be a national outrage, and this would be a national story, and people would be losing their minds. But Jason, does that kind of answer what you're asking about? It was a little long.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, my perspective on this, is that they're really. I mean, I'm not sure. See, I hadn't actually, seen the interview that you had with Lawrence Parham on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have a perspective exactly, how that interview went or what his perspectives were on things. I've only pretty much read a little bit about the background and some of the theories that I would see him pretty much applying to, this sort of, what I call re-education of, the individuals here. And what I mean is that the one of the things is that they go the critical race theory. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or what your perspective on that whole ideology.
Critical race theory?
Yeah, critical race theory.
My thoughts about
pretty much.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just a more of a broadened perspective on intersectionality, and so basically they're going to be pretty much, into the understanding of intersectionality and pretty much how to conform to it. That's my perspective anyway, from what I've read on it.
Well,
and my other
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My other question is though too is that I know you were saying, plot and these other progressive groups. My question is though is that I almost think that, well, considering that I have seen the relationship between the Benton University students and they're pretty much they pretty much come from the college and then they go straight into these groups. The only thing I could conclude though is that they have to get their education from somewhere, and the two professors and individuals that were listed to do these workshops are the ones who would be conveying this ideology to the students that become part of these progressive groups. So I just see this circle here. It's kind of all connecting in my mind. I'm not sure if you see that to be the same thing.
Well, the first thing I want to do, let me let you see, and you can see this here. You can go to the Voss Political Commentary site, and you'll see under the Black Lives Matters enters Binghamton, New York with questionable causes, May 22nd of 2016, published on May 19th, is when I had my interview with Larry Parham. And by the way, I mislabeled his name as Larry Parr in the video, so I do apologize to that for Larry, who's not a bad guy when I speak with him, but I disagree with him politically. But we get to hear exactly where they're going. So you can look that up and people will be able to see that. That's at the Voss Political Commentary site. Again, link will be inside. But whenever we have a philosophy that is out there saying that one group is superior to another group, like we hear in identity gender politics, that's racism. That's all kinds of isms, whether it's sexism, racism, and we need to acknowledge that and realize that that's not going to help anyone. And there's the problem with this whole idea about, well, you have to apologize for being white. You have to apologize for being born. When we accept people doing that, when we ask people to do that and we accept that people are doing that, we're not helping our country. We're hurting us. Because that is basically taking a step back to the same kind of racial inequality we had post-Civil War. These are Jim Crow laws, essentially. And it's a problem. And we need to call it out for what it is. We need to say, you can't do that. We learned that lesson, and we are better than that lesson. And yeah, it's taken us a couple hundred years, but we're better than that. And what we're seeing is a regression. Remember there's the safe rooms that were in colleges? And those safe rooms, that's segregation. Those were black-only rooms. If you're white, you can't go into this safe room. And the safe room's there to protect you from people's First Amendment right to say something and disagree with you. I mean, that's what we're really seeing here when it comes down to what is going on with Bridget. Well, excuse me, Bridget Kane. When we see her comment, What she's literally saying is, if you happen to be a Democrat, and if you say something they don't agree with, they will kick you out of the party. They will deny you votes. They will deny you re-election funding. That you can't speak and have your own mind and your own ideas. And if you do, they're going to make sure you get punished for it. That is a terrifying thought. And this may be why some politicians like Bob Wessler or legislator Bob Wessler or Representative Anthony Brindisi, why they won't talk about defunding police, why they won't talk about what's going on with Black Lives Matters and how they're threatening people in our communities across the nation. And they won't stand up to it. Why the Democratic Party is backing up people like Black Lives Matters that feels like it has every right to go out there and to use racial slurs to try to affect elections. I'm telling you, this is terrifying. This is a terrifying point in America. And the implication for the public is terrifying. I mean, I can tell you, I stand up for both Mayor Linda Jackson and Deputy Mayor Cheryl Chapman for their ability to have the First Amendment right to say what they think, to do things that they want to do, that have no connection to any of the policy that they're doing to take care of their constituents. I denounce Bridget Kane coming out here and saying, I'm going to use the full power of my political office to affect the way people think. That's terrible. And I know John Sedlak has mentioned that they have betrayed the oath of office. I don't know that they did that, John. As I understand, they did it because they want this to end. They want to be able to go back to taking care of their constituents. They think this is the easiest way and best way to take care of them. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think John's right on one point, because when I actually just started reading a book on that critical race theory after reading this, hearing about this, because I really actually wanted to know what they were going to be indoctrinated into.
Mm-hmm.
And when I realized what it was about, because the thing is that you got to look at, they with intersectionality, when they start defining it in this critical race theory, you kind of ask the question, you're like, okay, to what end? Okay, you got these people lined up as the oppressors and the oppressed, but then what's your solution to the problem? The ultimate solution to the problem, or the problem itself as defined here, it's capitalism. They say that no matter what you do, there's going to be winners and losers, and if capitalism is there, then you can't end racism, because the capitalism itself is systemically racist. So the problem is, though, is that you have Linda Jackson there, a Republican. You would hope that possibly she'd have some sort of a conservative ideology that's she would want to at least legislate or to execute, her, and she's an executive, so to go by. And yet now she's actually having a Marxist ideology, an anti-capitalist agenda being forced upon her and being re-educated. And you know what she's doing, though? She literally is kneeing to it and is accepting that, and now is, forced to preach it to others, I suppose, at this point.
No, see, I want to stop there, Jason.
Sure.
Because I think that's a misrepresentation, at least at this moment. I don't see that they are advocating things that they don't believe. And I don't think they have done that. I don't think that will be the result. But I do think they're trying to say, okay, we've got the political pressure on us. We're going to go out there and take the sensitivity course, understand that there's certain words that people's feelings are hurt by, and let me try and be more sensitive about that. And if that is the case, and I believe truly that is the case, then okay. Whether I agree with it or not 100%, I understand it, especially if the answer is, and this lets us continue to do our job properly for our constituents, which has nothing to do with whether or not someone likes the words we use to do the job. Because that's what it's all about. It's really about words and feelings. How do you feel about the word I used, not the result? That's why we see, as I have on the screen again, Goya. Goya is a capitalist company. They feed metric tons of food to people around the world. I use Venezuela, but you can go through their site and you'll see metric tons of food that they're using because they're capitalists to feed people. And we're seeing people saying, well, you have to boycott them because they didn't feel good about the fact that he said, thank you for helping Hispanics to a president. I think most people recognize that is stupid.
Which do they hate more? Do they hate the president more, or do they hate capitalism more? Or they just actually figure that a lot of people dislike, Trump, maybe because they feel he's polarizing, and then now they're going to use this to try to dismantle capitalism or take a double hit on it. I don't know.
I think they hate President Trump because the political pressure that they attempt to put on him fails. It doesn't work. Unlike most presidents, he has not capitulated every time they put pressure on. When they say, oh, you're a racist, instead of saying, oh my God, I'm so sorry that I was born white, he instead has said, okay, deal with it. And when you say that, and they, oh my God, how could you've got to say something. Oh my God, you've got to fail. It's one of the reasons why I have, this gentleman, Roderick Douglas, who goes out there and calls me a racial slur. And the idea, I guess, is he wants me to shut up. And that's, well, you're a racist, ooh, shut up. And my answer is no. It's just that simple. Just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I have to shut up. It doesn't mean I have to apologize for being born. And I think they're upset that when they deal with President Trump, his answer is no, I'm not going to shut up. And just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I have to be silenced, nor do I have to apologize. And I think we really should look at this nation and say, if you're not, just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean you have to apologize for being born. It's that simple to me. And we really, really need to look at it that simply. Hang on one second, Jason. John Solek mentions that Jackson and Chapman have been successfully blackmailed through social media. A lot of elected officials have been pushed to decisions that I don't think they should naturally have done. And this is just one example of it. It's the same thing as when we're seeing the example, as I was talking about before, because these things are all connected. They're all very, very connected. And we're seeing that, in the same way that in this one group we're seeing people being pushed to a decision, we also see the media coming out there and they're not reporting things properly. When you can shoot people for saying all lives matters, or you can go to Goya and say, I'm going to boycott you because you said thank you for giving us help. The problem isn't the politicians. Well, it's the politicians and the media and the fact that we're allowing this to happen. We need to speak up on that. But go on, Jason. I'm still with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of tie this into the Change Coalition. Did you hear anything more on this yourself?
No. For people who don't know, we've talked about this a couple times on the show for 2 or 3 weeks now. There's an organization called the Change Coalition. That is a group of unknown people who have come together to try and promote a Black Lives meaning, or I don't even know how to word it, a Afrocentric political viewpoint in the city of Binghamton. That's their agenda, apparently. And they're currently in discussions with the local government about that, and in particular about defunding police, which I disagree with completely. I disagree with defunding the police 100%. So go on. Jason?
He broke up here.
Okay. I said, so I disagree with defunding the police, which is what that organization is about, and I haven't heard more about it. But what are you thinking about that?
Well, so you said that they actually are for defunding the police?
I understand that at least one of the groups that make up the Change Coalition are in favor of that, as I understand it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Am I coming through clear? I just
yeah,
want to make sure.
You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, so it was on a couple of the concepts that we talked about before. It was about the implicit bias and the cultural competency training that the Bennington Police Department are going to have to go through. And I did, and this ties into, again, the critical race theory. And again, these sort of trainings, and I looked them up, and really they're completely virtue signaling. There's no valid data that actually shows of any sort of change within a department that would actually give any sort of value to this money being spent for this sort of training or theories being implemented on the police department. And again, like I said, my belief is that, again, this is based upon another concept that comes through a Marxist anti-capitalist theory as well too. So I don't even know whether or not the mayor himself actually understands these theories, or just kind of agreed to it because the coalition said so, and just saying, well, implicit bias, we don't want that, and cultural competency, we could always have more, but yet do they actually think what these are, and what the outcome you want to have, and also what sort of data is there out there to prove that this sort of thing's even worth the money? And from what I've seen, it's not.
Well, you got to understand, from a political standpoint, I understand why some of these politicians are making efforts to hear these voices. And to an extent, they should, because these are constituents.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello. Oh, my. Please excuse me. I am out of breath because my 13-year-old puppy, we ran into a little bit of an encounter. Wound up somebody, a complete dumbass, decided to open their door, let their dog out, looked like a Doberman mix. Just opened up their front door. This is in New York City. This is in the Bronx. So right out to the open street. No front yard, no gate. Just open their door. Let this dog run on out. And of course that dog sees my dog. My dog's, he may be 15 pounds, but he's not afraid. He's like, oh, hey, squares on up and starts barking. The other dog, who's much bigger, probably a 50, 60-pound dog, decides, hey, I want to get into a fight. So I got to scoop up my dog, yell at this other dog to keep it away, and I'm looking around for the owner, who's this 20-something kid, who casually strolls on up. He's carrying the leash over his shoulder, like it's some kind of decoration, and casually walks over and is like, come here, my dog, come here, my dog. The dog not going anywhere. He's like, come here, my dog. I'm like, dude, do something about your dog. So, yeah, that got me a bit upset. Got the adrenaline going a bit. So please excuse me if I seem a little bit out of breath there, because that makes no sense. There's no need for that. And there's a lot of people who do that throughout the Bronx. There's a bunch of people walking around with pit bulls that weigh 200 pounds. They got owners that weigh 110, 150 pounds, walking around with no leash. It's like, really? Really, people? And these are aggressive dogs. It's not like, oh, these are friendly dogs. No, these are aggressive dogs. And they're like, oh, don't worry about it. It'll be all right. No, it's not going to be all right. Okay. Be responsible. It's like being a gun owner. Be responsible. Okay? Just be responsible. I'm not asking you to change your life or change your dog. Be responsible. Is that too much to ask for? Other people have lives. Other people have pets. And they don't want to have their pet in a fight with your pet just because you're a dumbass and you don't want to have a leash on your dog in the middle of a city. What if your dog runs out into the middle of the, I don't know, sees a squirrel, runs into the middle of the street? It's New York City. There are cars all day, all night, everywhere, and your dog gets run over. You're going to be pissed at that car that hit your dog. No, you should be mad at yourself because you're a dumbass. You let your dog run around without a leash. Dog goes after a kid for whatever reason. It's your fault. Anyway, sorry. Like I said, adrenaline up, and I was trying to get back in time, but adrenaline up pissed me off. So I had a little bit of a rant there. Okay, let's go forward. During the break, while we were gone, and I appreciate everyone who's come back to the program or is jumping in now as we start up with our domestic coverage. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump. We're going to talk about Joe Biden. We're going to talk about the debate. We're going to talk about some predictions for 2024 and beyond. So we'll have some interesting conversations. But I did want to follow up. We got the results while we were away on break. The results of the French election came in. And according to what we are seeing, the early reports are that the national right, which is considered far right in France, key thing, when we hear the French, when we hear Europe talk about the far right, the center right in Europe is what we would consider moderate Democrats or maybe libertarians. So what they think of is right is completely skewed. They think that Donald Trump is far right, which he isn't. He's not a far right Republican. That's just not accurate. No matter what you may think about Donald Trump, what you may think about his policy, he's not far right. That's just demonizing him. But according to European sensibilities, he's beyond far right. He is just over the pale. He's gone. He's in a whole nother universe. What they consider the center in America would be considered a moderate Democrat or a libertarian. It's not the center right of America. Not at all. The center right of America is what the France and much of Europe consider to be far right. So it's important to have this relative understanding of how they compare to what we think of. But Marine Le Pen, her far right, her right meaning National Rally, conservative right, they got 34% of the vote, about a third of the vote, which is in line with what most people were expecting, but that is huge. Macron, the president of France, the guy who's been leading, the guy who's going to be there until 2027, the guy who's trying to buddy up with China and turn all of Europe into allies of China, the guy who wants to be more and more socialist and communist, just like we see with the AOC and the Democratic Socialists of America, that guy, yeah, he got 20%. He's third place. He's in elected office. He's in third place. The public have given up on him, and they came in record numbers to let him know that. 40-year high. It's the last time they had this many people voting was in 1986. So not only are the people of France moving like Europe into a more conservative point of view, to close their borders, to get rid of the illegal aliens, to stop with all this socialism, not only are they saying it, they're saying it in droves, in a huge wave. Now, there's still another week to their elections. This is the parliamentary system. It makes no sense in America. But this is the second. They have basically ranked choice voting, which is stupid. I don't agree with it. I think it's a dumb idea. But they have that. And so there's a second round of voting. It's going to happen next week, July 7th, next week. But what we expect, France is like Europe. Europe has said progressivism has failed. Socialism has failed. It has failed at every target and every objective it has ever made. And it's time to do something different. And they are all of Europe, the United Kingdom, everybody's trying to move center right. Meanwhile, in the United States, you've got people like AOC and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that are trying to move America far left. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why would we want to do what everyone else said won't work? They tried it. It didn't work. They proved it won't work, and they're giving up on it. And we have politicians here in America, the Democratic Party, the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, the colleges are saying, no, we just have to do more. We have to double down. Yes, it failed everywhere else. Yes, it failed for everyone. Yes, everyone is abandoning it. Double down, do it more. That makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. But I wanted to cover that because it was breaking news. It came out while we were on break. I wanted everyone to know about that. So, let's move forward. And this is good news for the United States. Again, a more center-right America is good. Center-right Europe is good for America. It means that we have less, the rest of the countries in NATO will pay their fair share. Less of a burden on the United States, less debt spending, less inflation for the United States. The other countries are maintaining their borders and taking care of illegal immigration. Less of a need for us to try and take care of that, or them leaning on America to take care of those problems. That's good for us. Less terrorism coming from Europe into the United States. That's good for America. More of them helping us to fight the bad guys, which would be Russia and China and North Korea and Iran. We have more of our allies actually stepping up and helping us fight these bad guys. That's good for us. Europe and France and England going center right is good for America. You should be very happy about that. Again, if anyone disagrees, I'm more than happy to hear your voice. You can type in, you can see Dal's making his comments, and we've had Graham who's been speaking. Many people have been sending in their messages. I'm happy to hear all of your voices, new or old people. You can super chat. You can go to Rumble and do a super chat there, and we'll be able to see that. If there's something that I've missed or misunderstood, or you want to make a big statement on, we're always happy. Or you can call in, and that would be 929-715-8569. Please like, share, subscribe. Let me go on with the show. So, talking about domestic news. And again, what's good for America? What's good for America helps the rest of the world. So, what's good for America is the Supreme Court came out, and a lot of people are pissed off about this, came out on Friday, that they said, no, you cannot just go out and say, we don't like you, so you committed a crime, essentially. Essentially, they said that when we saw the prosecutors for January 6th, the FBI is going out and rounding up American after American just because they showed up in a video. They didn't break a window, they didn't break a door, they didn't take anything. They walked around Congress, standing next to police officers. In some cases, police officers opened the door. In some cases, police officers escorted these people up and down and through the halls of Congress without any complaint, without any problem, without doing anything except walking down a hallway. And the FBI has arrested over 1,200, about 1,400 individuals, and charged them with obstructing Congress, with crimes trying to get close to, but not quite, saying you're an insurrectionist. Now, mind you, that's what the Democrats want to say. They're insurrectionists. No, they're not. They're not insurrectionists, and we'll get into that. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, you're wrong. You're treating these people wrong. You're trying to charge them for 20 years for walking down a hallway. That's the wrong charge. That's the wrong crime. That's not what they did. And you are wrong to do that. And you cannot charge them for something they didn't do. It's a violation of the 8th Amendment. By the way, people who aren't aware, look up the 8th Amendment. It is, you are not to be punished for something above and beyond the crime you actually committed. We did that in America because other countries used to abuse that. They would make up any crime and they would charge and they'd hang people or chop off their hands for nothing. Just because they said, oh, well, you're a bad guy, so I can just do that. There's a reason why we have the Eighth Amendment. It's because politicians and political organizations, just like what we see with the Democrats here, will go around and just charge people with crimes that don't apply, that don't reflect what was done, and they punish them, so it's a political statement so that they can silence other individuals. Whether you agree or not about January 6th, you have to understand charging people for something they didn't do and punishing them at the maximum that the law will allow because of politics is not the best way to run a country. That's the way you try and silence people. That's how you become authoritarian. That isn't good. Now, that's what, and I want to point out something that's important because you don't hear this. People say, it was 6-3. It's the conservatives that made that decision. It's the conservative Trump administration. That's the problem. It's all the Trump judges. No, it's not. People may not be aware. This is coming from The Guardian. Again, left-leaning news, credible international news. As they reported on Friday, Justice Jackson, KBJ, what's her name? KBJ, Karine Jackson, Supreme Court Justice, put in place by Joe Biden, a conservative. She was a DEI hire. She was hired because she's black and a woman and a Democrat and young. That's it. That's why she was put in charge. She's absolutely a progressive judge, and she voted with the conservatives. Now, normally you would say, oh, well, that's like bipartisan. In Congress, there's like 2 Republicans that vote with, 200 Democrats. That's not really bipartisan. Not the same thing. Not the same thing when we're talking about Congress. Hang on one second. Come on. What are you doing? Come on. What is it? Oh, yeah. Sorry, my dog was trying to eat a Q-tip. My sister's trying to take Q-tip away from the dog, just didn't want to give it up. Anyway. So, yes, the thing that's gotten very little reporting in the United States is that Justice Jackson, the DEI hire, the progressive, who's unqualified in my opinion, but yet a hero of the left, was voting with the conservatives. In fact, it was Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who voted against the rest of the conservatives, along with Kagan and Sotomayor, and said, oh, no, the DA got it right. But in this article, we know, what were they being charged with? 350 people have been charged. About 1/4 of the 1,400 people so far that have been charged with 18 USC section 1512, subsection C, subsection 2. Yes, our laws are way, way too big. There's too many subsections and subsections, but that's here where you would find it. And again, links to every article that I'm talking about in the show, you'll be able to see after the show, and you'll be able to see this for yourself about an hour after the show. So what this says is that anyone who, quote, otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding, or attempts to do so, to obstruct or influence or impede an official action of the government, can be fined or punished up to 20 years in prison. This is what they have been doing to people. Oh, you were walking down a hallway. You get 20 years in jail. Think about that. Imagine if someone did that to you. You walk down a hallway. You're surrounded by several thousand other people walking down a hallway. Police are watching you walk down a hallway. You're going to jail for 20 years. It's going to destroy your life because you walk down a hallway with 1,000 other people while police officers are watching you. Does that sound like that is a violation of the Eighth Amendment? Because it should. And that's what the Supreme Court said. That's a violation. That is abusive. That is authoritarian. You're trying to punish people for daring to have a political opinion, for taking part of a protest. And unlike protests that we saw at the same time by BLM, where they burned down cities like Seattle, like Portland, like Minneapolis, like Brooklyn, where they were trying to burn down whole cities, where they were killing people like David Dorn, like the children at the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, like the children down in the Atlanta Autonomous Zone. Yeah, unlike those events, these people didn't do any of that. Okay, let me move forward. Let me move forward a little bit here. So they said that is not correct. Now, I want to be very clear because it is, where is Amy Coney Barrett? Okay, so Justice Amy Coney Barrett said in the dissent that, where is it? Joseph Fisher's alleged participation in a riot at the Capitol that forced the delay of Congress's joint session on January 6, blocking an official proceeding from moving forward, squarely qualifies as obstructing or impeding the proceedings by means other than document destruction. There's no getting around it. It's a violation. Now, by that definition, this is what the left is saying. This is even Amy Coney Barrett. This is their whole argument that, oh, nope, you've stopped Congress, therefore you get 20 years in jail, even if you're just walking down a hallway. Okay, if that's the rule, and that's what the left has said is the rule, and that's insurrectionist, then Jamal Bowman, who pulled a fire alarm and stopped Congress from voting, he obstructed Congress, which according to Amy Coney Barrett is black and white, doesn't need to destroy a document, obstructed and impeded Congress, government, then Jamal Bowman should get 20 years in jail. Why is he not arrested? Why is he not in jail right now? Why is he already admitted he's guilty? He already said he did it. We have video of him actually taking off the warning sign saying that the door is closed next to another warning sign that said this is a fire alarm, pulls the obviously marked fire alarm to block and stop Congress from doing its job, which according to Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, that qualifies as obstructing and impeding government. Jamal Bowman needs to be in jail for 20 years. But Democrats and the progressives say, no, that's not the same thing. How? How is it not the same? In fact, what Jamal Bowman did is more of an example of the insurrection they want to claim happened on January 6th than what happened on January 6th for thousands of people. It's just that simple. Now, you may not like that, and you may be someone on the left and you go, I don't feel like that should be that way. I don't care about your feelings. We've talked about this before. Feelings don't matter. I don't care about your feelings. You can feel anything you want. But the fact is, if the rule is you obstruct and stop Congress, you stop government from doing its job, you go away for 20 years. Jamal Bowman goes away for 20 years. Period. Full stop. Done. It's one or the other. You can't have both. And Democrats and progressives are trying to have both because they want to win an election. It's not about justice. It's not about being fair. It's not even about a two-tier justice system. It's about power. They want to win an election. And whatever lie, whatever manipulation it takes to win that election, they don't care. That's the reality. That's the only thing that I'm left with. But let's go into this because it's not just when you listen to Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor, and Amy Coney Barrett say, hey, this is what the left says. These are the rules. Guess who else goes to jail? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC herself, and the rest of the squad. Not just Jamal Bowman, but her too. Why? Because they were arrested protesting the Supreme Court, no less, and several other parts of government, and they've been arrested doing that. They should go to 20 years in jail. They're stopping government from doing its job because they're impeding government from doing its job. They're obstructing the government from doing its job. They go to jail for 20 years each. Oh my goodness, you have to be kidding me. Chuck Schumer has to go to jail for 20 years? Yes, he does. AOC has to go to jail for 20 years? Yes, she does. Maxine Waters needs to go to jail for 20 years. That's their rules. That's their interpretation. That's what they said. Obstruct or impede. That's what they did. They get to go to jail for 20 years. If you say no, that's not the case, then you are playing two-tier justice. You don't understand the law, and you are trying to play political games. You're not trying to do justice. You're not trying to follow the law or make a law that people understand. If there's a difference between AOC, Jamal Bowman, Chuck Schumer, and any of the people, the 350 people arrested by the FBI and charged for January 6th, if there's a difference between any of them, then you are playing political games. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone think I got that wrong? Does it not make sense considering that is what the law says? I know this isn't what MSNBC said. I know this isn't what CNN said. By the way, nowhere in the universe does it say, well, CNN and MSNBC are the only people who get to make a decision. They're the only ones who get to interpret the law. They're the only ones who have the right just because they are in part of a big company that has 10,000 employees and $10 million in revenues, actually tens of millions of dollars in revenue, doesn't mean they're smarter or telling you the truth. In fact, it probably means they have a vested interest for their political ideology. They can lose more money than I can. I'm one guy. I'm in poverty. Whatever I lose is nothing like what they would lose. They can lose millions of dollars. It is potentially devastating to them to have the wrong politician in place. They would lie to you in a heartbeat. Isn't this what the left has always said anyway? Large corporations lie to the public on a regular basis, that large corporations abuse their power and abuse people. This is a tenet I grew up with, hearing from the left on a regular basis. Large corporations are bad guys. Guess what? MSNBC is a large corporation. They're part of NBC, which is owned by Universal, as I remember. I think Viacom is CBS. Also, major corporation. Disney owns ABC, major corporation. Gee, do you notice that all your news is owned by major, massive, huge corporations that have vested interests? That 15, 20 years ago, every single person on the left said corporations are evil. The bigger the corporation, the more evil it is. That's what they told me for 30, 40 years of my 56 years on this planet. And now, today, they say, no, sometimes they're okay. When they tell me things that feel really good, when I feel like I like what they say, then they're not being evil that moment. But otherwise, yeah, they're evil. I mean, do you hear the left? Do you listen to what the left is saying? Have you actually stopped and just said, what? Say that again? Slow down. Think about what you just said. Let's go through that. You hate large corporations, but the large news media corporations are perfectly fine, and you trust them because they say things you like. Yeah, that's not abusive at all. That's not prone to abuse or corruption at all. Yeah, okay. This is what we need to talk to people with the left about. If there's anyone who's on the left, if there is a Democrat who is elected anywhere in America, local, state, or federal level, and you want to tell me how wrong I am, call in. I'll be happy to give you as much time as you need. I'm not MSNBC. I'm not CNN. I'm not restricted to 15 minutes. I'm not radio. I'm not restricted to 12 minutes. You want to take an hour to explain to me how I get this wrong, how you're not that corrupt, how your party isn't that corrupt? Please, let's have this conversation. I'm more than happy to do it. But you're going to have to answer questions. Can't dodge. Can't dance around it. No straw men. We're going to have to answer the question and get a real answer. Are you willing to do that? I am. I'm willing to do that. Are you? Considering every week I ask this question, they never call in. I think not. All right, let me go on. I don't know how many people. I know there was a bunch of people in my audience that did, in fact, watch the debate. That were out there. They watched the debate with Biden. Whoa, what's going on here? Sorry. A bunch of people watched the debate with Joe Biden. They got to see Joe Biden do. I don't know what was in Joe Biden's mind. That was elder abuse. I mean, maybe if you're in the audience, you were watching Thursday. If you watched the whole thing. By the way, I didn't help CNN. I went to C-SPAN. You could have watched it on C-SPAN for free, cost you nothing, and you gave nothing to CNN. I watched it on C-SPAN. It was actually C-SPAN 2. Got to see the whole thing without any of the commercials from CNN, without any of the commenters from CNN, without the lower third chyron from CNN. Got to see the whole thing. And I think that was elder abuse. Literally what they did to Joe Biden was elder abuse. I was very sad. And you see how Jill was talking to Joe Biden afterwards. That's not how you talk to a grown man, let alone your husband. Jill, do you see yourself? This is why she's not a doctor. She has a doctorate. She's not a doctor. That's not bedside manner. It also didn't come across as loving to me to see her do what she did. That seemed cruel. That seemed absolutely cruel to me. You may think differently. I don't see how you don't see that. The way she has to gingerly walk him around. Remember, what was it, last week? We were hearing from David Hogg, and he said, no, Obama isn't carrying Joe Biden off the stage. Look at the video. You guys are lying. Joe Biden's strong and vigorous. Then we all saw the video, and it's Obama escorting Joe Biden off the stage because Biden didn't know where he was going and could barely walk. We saw the video, and we were right. We told the truth. For 3 years, we have been telling the truth about Joe Biden, that he is mentally deficient. It's sad, but it's true. You may not like it. It's still true. I'm not telling you what you should like or how you should feel. I'm telling you the facts. We've been saying it for 3 years, that his mental faculties are diminished and getting worse as we have been going forward. Again, like we said in the first half, this is why the G7 and the G20, the largest countries in the world, react the way they have been to Joe Biden, and it's only been getting worse. They have less and less respect for him because they are seeing he isn't there. That isn't a world leader, and they know it. And they have no respect for him because he is a doddering old man. And I have nothing against doddering old men, except when they are trying to lead my nation and they're doing a bad job at it. We already went through Axios. He's only working 6 hours a day, most likely not every day of the week. He's constantly on vacation. He's at Camp David right now. He's constantly at Baltimore in his home. He's constantly somewhere vacationing and resting. It's because he's old, because he's doddering, because he can't do the job. So I want to get. So I'm getting into that. I'm getting into all of this for a reason, and I'll explain in just 1 second. Right now, the breaking news is that Biden is at Camp David right now. He's having a conversation with Jill. It seems like more of his family, some of his granddaughters, not his son, who should be in jail. So he won't be seen. Whether or not Hunter Biden is there, they're going to keep him away from every single camera possible, even if he's there. Even if he's calling in and he's on FaceTime with his family, he's going to be low profile because he is a convicted criminal for what he did, which he is rightly going to go to jail for. He should be going to jail for more. So that's why they won't show Hunter Biden. They're showing the granddaughters sympathy. You're supposed, this image, which was taken specifically for the news media. This was specifically for the New York Times. The reason why they got this photo is because they want to get sympathy for Joe Biden, because they want people to feel bad for saying the truth about Joe Biden. You're supposed to go, look at him. He's old. He's got his granddaughters there. Don't pick on him. You're so mean. He's the president of the United States. First and foremost, he's not my grandfather. He's not my family. I don't know him. And if he wasn't the president, the president of the United States, I would not care about him. I wouldn't care about his family or his health or anything else. Neither would you. Let's be honest. That doesn't mean we would wish him ill. It means we just don't care. There are millions of people who are Joe Biden's age suffering the same way that Joe Biden is. I would want all of them to be comfortable. I would want all of them to live the end of their days well. I don't know any of them. I don't care. I know, I'm so harsh. It's such a terrible thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. I just said it out loud. It may be rude for some people, but it's not mean, and it's not untrue. And we're playing politics. We're talking about governments that choose the ability for hundreds of thousands of people to live and die every day. This man is responsible for whether or not children eat at night. He is responsible for wars that either start or don't start because of his words, because of drones, whether they fire missiles at people or not. That is his responsibility. And if he can't handle one black man telling him that he's screwing up, he damn sure doesn't deserve this job. And if you think that one black man saying, I think you're doing a bad job and I'm not giving you an out, my sympathy runs dry when you run our country. If you think that's the problem, if you think I'm the problem and that this guy doesn't know, he's not functional outside of 6 hours every day, then there's a problem, all right, and it's not me. I'm just honest. I'm just willing to say it to your face. I'm just willing to tell you the truth. And when we think about it, and you can say, but you could word it so much better. Probably, yes, I could. And yes, I'm good enough with my words. I'm a good enough speaker. Yes, I can say it nicer. I don't care. Because being nice isn't the objective. That's not the point. That doesn't resolve anything. Oh, I've been nice. Who cares? You don't care. Be honest. You don't care. At the end, you won't. Yes, if there's a crowd of people, you'll be like, oh, but I want to be nice, because you want to look good in front of a crowd of people. But honestly, you don't care. So let's evaluate Joe Biden without the sympathy, without the empathy. Let's look at him and evaluate him as the leader of a country that changes the world based on his decisions. And then we have a very different answer. He is right now sitting at Camp David, and he is saying he wants to run no matter what. Joe Biden, in his own mind, thinks that he is perfectly fine. Joe Biden, in his echo chamber of White House aides and Democratic officials who support him nonstop, are telling him he's brilliant. He has been watching MSNBC, CNN, the left-leaning news media, and they have been saying that he is perfect, that he is on top of his game, that he is the best thing since sliced bread for all his life, including every day up until Thursday night. Friday morning was the first time that they turned around and said, well, maybe he kind of sort of missed a step. Maybe it wasn't his best day. First time that Joe Biden's hearing this. As far as he knows, he's brilliant, and there's no reason why a brilliant man who is perfectly fit to do anything he wants to do, there's no reason why he shouldn't be running for president again. And everyone's trying to convince him, Joe, none of that's true. None of that's real. You know what really gets me about that? I'm going to get to some of the comments in a moment. But before I get to some of the comments, because I'm going to get there, I want to answer your questions here. Let's try and remember and understand, folks, that they have been telling us for 3 years now. They have been saying, the right, you're wrong. Conservatives, Republicans, libertarians, you guys are all wrong. Joe Biden is perfect, fit as a fiddle, absolutely and as intelligent as he was 40 years ago, a brilliant statesman capable of doing the job. They told us that every day, day after day, for 3 years, 3.5 years, 4 years, if you're counting 2019 before the election. They have been telling this nonstop and saying that I'm the bad guy when I have said he's falling up the stairs. There's a problem. That he's mumbling and I don't know what he's talking about. That he lost the thread as he's speaking mid-sentence and I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. That his policies, like run away from the Taliban and leave everything behind, including thousands of Americans, that makes no sense to me. Yeah, but I'm the bad guy. Think about that. You're the bad guy. And now they're saying, oh, but there's a problem. Oh, but the problem didn't exist, except it's been existing. Joe Biden didn't switch to a 6-day work day on Thursday. That's not brand new. It didn't happen this week. He's been doing that for months, if not years. He's been escorted. He's been mumbling for years. This isn't new. And the news media, the White House staff, the members of the DNC, they all know it. And they have known it. They just didn't want to tell you. That's manipulation. That's authoritarian. That is corrupting America. That's what I truly believe. And so, yes, Joe Biden should be out of the race. He should be kicked out. And even when I go, and this is coming from, this was from Breaking Points, I just want you to hear for a moment what they had to say about this.
He's a firecracker.
Yep.
But the reality is that based on the reporting, his circle has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yes.
So the number of people who are even in a position to be aware that this is the reality now of what we're dealing with is actually probably pretty small.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So just as we're viewing this with shock, and again, we were under no illusions about Biden's level of decline at this point. But even for us, we thought, okay, he'll get the drug cocktail. He usually rises to the moment. He'll get something going. There's not one moment I could point to this in this debate and be like, oh, he did a good job there. Not.
At no point did he do a good job. At no point did the drug cocktail, which we expect, everyone talks about it, the B12 booster, that we expected and have convinced ourselves Joe Biden is getting on a regular basis so he can make it through debates, so that he can do these nighttime town halls. We know this. We all agree on this. The mainstream news media knows this. And the DNC, the White House staff, Joe Biden knew that that in the back of our minds, we all understood how corrupt they were being, and they pushed that message. They just let us think it. They lied to us. They manipulated us. At any point, they could have come forward and said, well, no, that's not the case, that he's in trouble. We shouldn't have a president that requires a B12 boost of drugs to make it through a meeting. That's not good. And they're willing to admit it now. They're willing to admit it now that, well, he's always been a mess. Then why did we have him in? For the most powerful nation in the world, that how much of his mental incapabilities, his failures to be able to work more than 6 hours a day, how much of that has led to the 20, maybe 40% increase in inflation? No one wants to answer that question. No one in the mainstream news media wants to ask that question. How many people have died because of the decisions Joe Biden made because he couldn't stay up for more than 6 hours in a day? Think about that. Think about that. The left has been hiding that from you. They never wanted you to think about that. He's strong. He's right on top of it all. As long as it's within that 6-hour window starting from 10 a.m. and ending at 4 p.m., he doesn't even work a full work day like you do. Okay. Let me get to some of the comments here. Let's take a look at some of the comments. I know I pissed off somebody. Yes, Dal, when I was walking the dog, the guy came out with his dog without a leash. It was very aggravating to me. Pissed me off. Authoritarian, Dow says that authoritarian neighbors want government mandated and regulated behavior so that others are inconvenienced and you can be punished collectively. This is going back to the Supreme Court, going back to whether or not J6 insurrection, how to punish people. It's meant to shut you up. It's meant to silence you. And I agree with you, Dow. Graham corrected me. Justice Jackson, her full name is Ketanji Brown Jackson. Actually, you spelled it wrong. It's K-E-T is her name, not K-I. But yeah, I don't really respect her. She goes by the abbreviation KBJ, but she's a DEI hire. Yes, she is a Supreme Court justice, and I do refer to her as Justice Jackson, but really, she's a DEI hire. She is not qualified for the position. There were at least 8 other black women who were Democrats who are far more qualified and far better than Ketanji Brown Jackson and should have been Supreme Court justices. And the only reasons why they aren't is because they were all over the age of 50. And that made them too old, which is ridiculous, which is stupid. Democrats said they have only got 20 years of being on the justice. They need them to be on for more than just one generation. And that's why they picked KBJ rather than the other 8 far more experienced women who are far better than her. So I don't really respect her because she's a diversity hire. This is what you get when you go with DEI. Oh, okay, and I must have confused Justice Jackson with Karine Jean-Pierre, who is the press secretary, that's correct, who is also a DEI hire and useless. But thank you for that. Thank you, Graham, for correcting me there. I hope everyone saw that in the comments. Dow says that government is now a corporation and the left, like them, and, things like MNCs or McDonald's and others. Yeah, the larger the corporation today. Why? Because the left is getting power. Because the left is empowered by many of these corporations. Their leadership in places like Disney. Disney is filled with leftists. So they like Disney. They like anything that supports them. Apple is filled with leftists. They like Apple. But these are the corporations that just a decade ago, 2 decades ago, they were complaining about that they wanted to bankrupt. So Democrat Mike is with us. Hey, Democrat Mike. It is good to have you with us. Thank you for being here. And Democrat Mike, well, I feel bad for you. Before I even read your comment, Democrat Mike, first of all, for people who don't know in the show, obviously there are several names that I see on a regular basis, people that contact us on a regular basis here. And we appreciate our regulars, of course. And there are several Mikes and Michaels that are part of the audience, individuals that normally will type in. Democrat Mike is one of them, and his name on screen is Mike. We need a way to distinguish him from other Mikes. He happens to be a Democrat, and he goes by Mike, so he's Democrat Mike. And I respect him. We always respect his opinion, even when he disagrees with me, which is usually often. Democrat Mike says, I can't defend Biden's performance on Thursday. It was terrible. I feel for you, man. I really do. Democrat Mike, we have disagreed on many issues, and we have gone back and forth about details and politics in general. I would never have wished this on any Democrat. I don't wish it for, again, I personally, as a human being, I feel bad for Biden. I empathize with him. I think it's horrible elder abuse, what they're doing to him. Absolutely. But as a political commentator, as an American concerned about an election, as someone who is involved in politics, this was terrible. And it should never have gotten to this point. This is worse than what they did to Senator Dianne Feinstein. And I feel bad for the rank and file Democrats across this country who have been believing the news media. They've been believing these politicians that have been telling them, no, it's just political lies. It's just those people. It's MAGA. They're evil. They're lying to you. And now they suddenly get to see we have been telling the truth. They get to see the unvarnished, absolute truth, and they're shocked. They're shocked because they wanted to believe the lie. They absolutely thought they were being told the truth, that MAGA, people like me, are bad guys, that we're misleading them. It's misinformation, disinformation. How dare we say these things? I feel bad for you, Democrat Mike, because now you know we weren't making it up. We weren't lying to you. We are concerned about America, and we were trying to do the best thing for America by telling you the truth. You felt bad about it, but it was true. And we were right. And we weren't doing it to be mean. We were doing it to try and help you, to help me. Pick a better Democrat. Pick someone better for America, someone to better lead the world. That's what we were asking for. We were helping you. No one believed us. Well, now you do. Okay, let me go on. Democrat Mike says, I am hoping he bows out, but don't think that will happen. Absolutely will not. Joe Biden will not voluntarily leave the White House on his own. 25th Amendment. I said that in a tweet on Thursday, right after, or actually during the debate. Joe Biden will not leave on his own. He has to have the 25th Amendment. Mike Bowie says, I have zero sympathy for Brandon. Come on, I have sympathy for an old man. I don't have sympathy for President Biden. I do have empathy for the old man. Mind you, he's still a criminal. I still think he's committed many crimes. I still think he should be punished for some of his crimes. But I do have sympathy that he's losing his mind. Dow says, I'm convinced Jill answers the phone and signs policy for Joe when the cameras are off. Someone is. Someone's doing it. It may be Jill. It might be one of the staffers. I don't know who, but someone. Given the way that we got to see that man operate, that tells us what happens outside the 6 hours that he is lucid and clear. And yeah, someone's doing it for him. Democrat Mike says, we'll be better off as a country in 2028 when Trump and Biden are gone and have some young, fresh candidates on both sides of the aisle. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. I agree with you to an extent, Mike. That yes, there's nothing wrong with having a new, fresh start. 2028, it's open game. It's going to be an open field. We're going to have a brand new president, no matter what, whether it's a libertarian or conservative, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. We're going to have somebody brand new in that office. And they're probably, almost absolutely must be younger than who we've been having for some time now. So that means we're going to get fresh ideas. Yeah, but we got to make it to 2028. And if you remember, my fear is there will be 3 regional simultaneous wars in the world starting in 2028. It's a bit too late to wait until then. But that's my point of view. People may disagree, and that's fine. Mike Bowie says, no sympathies. Joe Biden should be in jail. Yes, he should be in jail, but that doesn't mean no sympathy for me. Democrat Mike says, I appreciate Biden for many things he has accomplished in his term. I don't, but fair enough. You're a Democrat. I'm not. But he needs to move on and step away from politics. Yes, he does. He should have done it 4 years ago. Sadly, he didn't, but he's not going to. The only way you will see Biden removed is through the 25th Amendment. And Democrats, as much as they want to replace Joe Biden, they can't. They can't. Let me go into this before I go any further with comments and all. And I'm going to skim through the comments and catch up to where everyone is in a moment. But give me a second. I'm trying to make sure. And I'm getting tons of text messages right now. People are yelling at me. And that's okay. But let's have a conversation, folks. So the Democrats, the New York Times has come out and said, Joe Biden, get out. It's not just you, Democrat Mike. It's not like regular rank and file people. The New York Times said, Joe Biden, you're done. Okay? We've heard this from Van Jones said, you're done. Van Jones, the self-declared communist who worked under the Obama administration and is constantly out there pushing for the leftist socialist movement. He's beloved by so many of the DSA and so many others. He's saying he gave up on, the man was devastated when he was watching The Truth for the first time in his life, paying attention to something that could not be covered up, that you could not deny. You couldn't say, what you saw on Thursday, you couldn't say, that's just a Republican conspiracy. They just edited it that way. Oh, they just took a snapshot for a second. It's not the reality. You couldn't deny it anymore. All of the lies fell away. And you had to deal with the truth. A truth that you have been avoiding because it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to Democrats to have to say, Joe Biden shouldn't be there. But you can't get rid of him. Because several of the bylaws of states, because people have voted, because Democrats said it's a lie and they voted in their primary saying it's not true, Joe Biden is sharp, he's smart, he's good, that the media manipulated these people by not telling them the truth, not telling them that he only works 6 hours a day, every day, if he works every day, that he can't walk across the stage by himself, that he can't make a complete thought in a sentence or a paragraph and answering a question. They were lied to. Well, now you have to live with the consequences. You have to live with the consequences. They are, oh no, but we want to win the next election. Too late. You thought that if you abuse this elder, the Democrat Party, the leadership, they thought as long as they abuse this elder, they would be able to get power. And they were willing to do that. They were willing to make that trade-off. Lie to the public, abuse the elder, maintain power. That's all they cared about. Well, this is the consequence of that. There are consequences. And yes, you are able to play that game for 3.5 years. Now you're living with the consequences of that. I don't feel bad for the Democratic Party. And they can't replace him. He doesn't want to step down. The law in several states say they can't. The only thing they can do is that they can have the 25th Amendment. They can use the 25th Amendment to remove Biden. That would automatically put, and this is terrifying to me, it would put Kamala Harris in charge. That's terrifying. She's miserable. She's worse than Joe. At least Joe has the fact that he's old and mentally deficient going against him. Kamala's just Kamala. She's just miserable as is. She is even less well respected or liked around the world than Joe Biden, and Joe Biden has been bumbling for years. And she's worse off with no maladies against her. But they're going to run, she would assume the presidency, she would assume the lead on the ticket. The DNC would be able at that point to put together whomever they wanted and throw them on as the vice president. The committee would be able to pick who they wanted as vice president with Kamala because of the 25th Amendment, and that's how they would be able to structure it, to try and get someone else that they think would be appealing to the public, because it ain't Kamala. She's not going to win an election. She's just not. I don't care if you say she's black. I don't care if you say she's a woman of color. I don't care if you focus on the fact that she's a woman. That DEI is not going to win the United States presidency. It is not. Kamala Harris, no matter how DEI you can DEI all day and night, she's not going to win an election. Period. And that doesn't mean anyone is racist. It doesn't mean anyone is sexist. It doesn't mean anyone is an ist or a phobe. It just means that you can see reality. She's not qualified. Period. Full stop. Run away. That's it. And that's, you're going to see, because that is the truth. Everything I've just said is the truth. And that's why when you go and see what they do in the Democratic convention, that's why you're going to see rioting. That's why you're going to see the city go up in flames. They're going to go ballistic because I'm right. Let me go through the comments here real quick. Let's see. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to catch up. There's lots of comments, which I appreciate, and I'm just trying to catch up. See where everyone left off. Graham's talking about January 6th. Graham says there must be some text somewhere in our founding documents that guarantees that we, as citizens, have the right to attend in person all official government proceedings. Actually, it's in most of the documents. Congress is open to the public. You can go to the House of Representatives or the Senate. They have balconies. They have areas you can go as a member of the public. You can go and observe the government. That's why you have C-SPAN. That's why they record and they publish this. You can actually see and participate in our government every day. People just don't. We stopped doing that after the 1950s for the most part. The more that we got sucked into TV, the more distractions people had with cable, with the internet, with instant messages, text messaging. The more people got distracted, the less they paid attention. The more people are saying, oh, I'm worried about the Kardashians and not the House of Representatives. That's not because we don't have the right. It's people don't exercise the rights that they have. There's the difference. They are convinced that not exercising their rights is somehow good. Hello, John Cordisco. Good to see that you joined us as well. So I think it's very important. So one of my predictions is that we are going to see that Biden will not walk away. He will not. And it doesn't matter how badly you can point out that he lied to the public. Remember when Joe Biden, during the debate, said that the Border Patrol Union picked Joe Biden, that they endorsed Joe Biden? Lied to your face. Lied to every single Democrat, lied to every single American, lied to everyone who was watching. The union came out and said, during the debate, immediately responded and said, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. He lied to you. Lied to your face. Because Biden was sure. He was one of two things. He was either absolutely sure that you would never double check this and the news media would cover up that he lied, that they would not focus on his lie, and they'll get away with it, and you will think that Joe Biden has more support than he has, and you'll be like, oh, see, he's got the support of the unions. Oh, yeah, immigration can't be that bad. That's why the border agents are with him. Republicans are just lying, MAGA, MAGA. No, he just lied to you. So he either thought you wouldn't check and the media would cover it up for him, or quite honestly, Joe Biden just didn't know. He just made it up because he's confused. He's old and his mind doesn't work. So that's the two reasons why he lied. It's either malicious or it's just a consequence of him being damaged. There's just no two ways about it, folks. But as I said, they've been there for now. And yet another. So if you didn't think Axios, and the reason why I had the Axios article, excuse me, the Axios article, which is far left, because the New York Post isn't far left. So when I saw the article that came out today from this morning, talking about Joe Biden running over to Camp David to get his family together, and in this article, as they're going through everything, they happen to mention that after the train wreck, that it is now okay for the mainstream media to tell you, the American public, the truth, that Biden only works 6 hours a day. If I said that and said, oh, well, it came from the New York Post, a lot of people go, well, no, that's just Republican. It's left. It's right. It's the right-leaning news media. It's conservatives and Republicans. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. It can't be true. It can't be. Just like they said, what we said for the last 3.5 years, Joe Biden is mentally deficient, that he's old and he has a problem. We said the same exact things. Oh, you're a Republican, conservative, you're right-wing. Oh, lie, lie, lie. You're MAGA. Lie, lie, lie. I'm not listening to you. We were right. Same thing here. So that's why I pulled out the Axios article, which tells you from the far left, yep, it's true. This is a fact. You've been lied to. Mercilessly, you have been lied to. You've been taken advantage of. This is all about power. It has nothing to do with, they don't care about age or ageism. They don't care about DEI. They don't care about anything. They just want power. And you are expendable. Your vote is expendable. This is why Ice Cube's platinum plan, yeah, there was only one person who actually listened to it, only one person who paid attention to it. That was Donald Trump. And he said it was a good idea. Tried to actually make it work. They didn't care. Democrats didn't care. Give me your vote. You're not black if you don't vote Democrat. And then in this debate, Joe Biden said, if you don't vote, when he was asked by Jake Tapper, and I did a short on this, I did a short video covering this. Jake Tapper asked Joe Biden and said to Joe Biden, if people vote, if they're voting MAGA, if they're voting Republican, if they don't vote for Joe Biden, are they un-American? Does he believe that? And Joe Biden said yes. Yes, he believed that. That if you do not vote Democrat, if you do not vote for Joe Biden, you're un-American. That is authoritarian. That's not democracy. That's not a constitutional republic. It is literally authoritarianism. You have one choice. I've heard this before in my lifetime. When I lived in Moscow, and I lived there, not a vacation, not a government-sponsored trip. I lived in Moscow for 1.5 years. And during that time, people were talking about the elections. And you get choices in the election. You've got a guy who's dead, and you have the Soviet, the party candidate. That's it. You can always vote for the dead guy. It's always a choice. Of course, afterwards, someone will knock on your door to talk to you about voting for the dead guy, but you could do it. That's what Joe Biden's doing right here. That's what they're doing with Joe Biden. That's what he said when he answered Jake Tapper and said, yes, you are un-American for not voting Democrat, not voting Joe Biden. That is evil. That is evil. And I don't know how anyone could think otherwise. Let me go back to the comments real quick. So Cordisco's with us, and Cordisco says, quote, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Yeah, that is kind of what we're dealing with here. Now, we can make some predictions about this because we know what's happening. As we can see, Democrats are scrambling. They're trying to do two things. One, try to see if they can convince the public to support anyone except Joe Biden. Can they even get the support in place to replace Joe Biden? That's their first question. Second question is to try and convince you. You didn't see what you just saw. That you watched the debate, you went to C-SPAN, You watched the whole thing, no edits. You saw it all. You heard every word. And they're telling you, no, you didn't hear that. They're telling you that you lied. What's that song? There's that song, Wasn't Me. Some of the guys from the 80s, 90s, from the 90s, you'll remember that song. It's like a rap song. And guys go and says, wasn't me. You know, the song is about some guy getting caught cheating on his girlfriend. And his only answer is, wasn't me. That's all he said. Wasn't me. That's what they're saying now. Oh, you saw Joe Biden. He froze in the middle of a sentence. Wasn't Joe Biden. Oh, Joe Biden didn't know how to answer a question. Wasn't Joe Biden. Joe Biden was staring off into space like he was dead. Wasn't Joe Biden. Oh, that's their answer. Those are the two answers. On one side, they're trying to get their political power together to replace him, and they're trying to figure out who could possibly do it this late into this. Who could they possibly convince to jump in at the last moment that might have a chance to win? Even though it would be embarrassing to the Democratic Party, even though it would cost them billions, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion, to make this switch. Who's got the charisma? Who has the name recognition? Who could do it? Because it isn't Kamala Harris, and they know that. So who is it? That's what they're trying to figure out. I tell you, it's crazy. And we see it. I mean, it's out there. This is coming from Politico. Team Biden trying to quell the Democratic panic. They're trying to convince people it isn't what. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Here it is. Don't worry about voter perception. On every metric that matters, data shows that the debate did nothing to change the American people's perception. That's what they're saying. It didn't change anything. It doesn't matter. By the way, here, oh, I didn't show it to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot to switch screens there. So, according to Politico, Team Biden tries to quell the Democratic panic. They're saying that the voter perception doesn't matter. Nothing changed. Everything's fine. It's all the same. It's all still good. You didn't see what you thought you saw. You're still a voting Democrat. MAGA evil. Don't believe the lies. Guess what? Trump is still winning. In fact, Trump is winning more now than before. So, yes, it did change something. Trump is up at 1.9. Normally, he's running at about, when it's just head-to-head, Joe Biden versus Donald Trump is usually up about 1.2 on average, going back over history. But in the Survey USA, Data for Progress, which is a Democrat poll, Trump was up 3. They were targeting Democrats. This is an exclusive poll, and Trump wins by 3. They're pushing. This is a push poll. Data for Progress is a push poll. That's what we mean. A push poll is a poll where it's really meant to try and convince you to vote for somebody rather than to see what you want to do. It's trying to push you to a decision. And that's a push poll. And even that still wound up going Trump +3. +3. The one that everyone, all the Democrats, all the MSNBC, CNBC, the major news media, they want to push this one Friday poll that said that Biden won by 1 point. Biden. And they're like, Biden won. Polls are showing Joe Biden won by 1 point. It's a narrow win, except they leave out every poll and the totality of polls and the consistency of polls, so that not only is Donald Trump winning, but as you can see here, he's expanding. He's increasing significantly his lead, and Joe Biden is falling apart. And if we take a look, because I like to be fair about this, if we look at the 5-way, because the race is not just Donald Trump and Joe Biden. There are other people in this. Now, Chase Oliver, who's with the Libertarian Party, and I've met Chase Oliver, he doesn't count. He's at less than 1%. He's not a factor. So I'm not going to talk about libertarians or Chase Oliver. They're not a factor. But in the others, Jill Stein, not a factor. She's averaging 1.5 points. No one cares. Green Party, dead to the world. They're communists anyway. No one cares. And in terms of Cornel West, who is, you may remember him from the Matrix movie, which is where probably most people would recognize him. Black man with the big bushy hair, kind of weird teeth. And he's a professor. He's very smart. He's a very smart man, no question. Loves to talk about slavery and reparations. Loves that. That's his thing. Horrible politician, horrible politics. He's a communist. Cornel West averages about 1.5. Same as Jill Stein. Useless, not going anywhere, throw him out. Not going to talk about him. The real race is Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And RFK has got to be thanking the gods that Joe Biden just completely screwed up. Now, we have not gotten any polls in yet there hasn't been enough time for us to get the 5-way polls to see what happened to RFK Jr. I am absolutely sure that RFK Jr. got a boost, that we are going to see the third-party candidates jump up. Jill Stein will benefit from this. We will even see Cornel West, as a communist, is going to get attention because Joe Biden completely screwed up that bad. This week, I asked a question. I put out this poll earlier this week, 2 days ago. I put out the poll. Given the abject failure of Joe Biden in the debate on Thursday, who is going to benefit the most? And I gave a couple of options. There's Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, RFK Jr., and anyone else, other third party. Everyone has agreed. And I've seen this, looking at this. Yes, of course it helps Donald Trump. Maybe I shouldn't have put Trump in there. Maybe not, because that was kind of obvious. But again, I was saying, who benefits the most? We knew Donald Trump was going to win. We knew that this was going to help him, but is it helping him more than it's helping RFK Jr.? Is it helping Donald Trump more than it's helping Gavin Newsom, governor of California, the guy who just lost 10,000 jobs because he increased the minimum wage, thought that MAGA was lying, thought that I was lying when I said, along with the CBO, that if you increase the minimum wage, you're going to increase the number of people without jobs. You're going to put people in poverty. We were right. What a shock. We told them this for years. They said, you don't know what you're talking about. It's an experiment. Let's try it. 10,000 jobs later, people who are now unemployed, we have businesses closing left and right. McDonald's, Wendy's, everyone is closing their doors. We were right. Gavin Newsom needed a positive win. This is what he got. This gives him a chance to once again maybe be on the ticket in 2024 for the presidency. This is his only shot to be in the election. And I don't know, but only 5% of people who took this poll, not a ton of people took the poll, but 5% of those who took it said, nope, it would help Gavin. This is great news for Gavin because up until this happened, Gavin had no shot at running for president. He was out. No one cared about him. Kamala Harris. It's funny. You would think that people would say, Kamala Harris is going to do great. This is great news for her. She gets to be president. She gets to break through the glass ceiling. She makes history. She gets to become the first black or woman of color. She gets to be a woman and a woman of color and gets to be the woman in the White House. It's a first. You would think that would be a big, no one thinks it's going to happen. That's why she got a 5%. No one thinks it's real. RFK, because Democrats need someone to vote for. Democrats need someone. They're not going to go to the Libertarian Party. They're not going to vote for him. So Chase is not going to get that benefit. They need someone to vote for. They don't want Kamala Harris. They don't want Gavin Newsom. He's a failure. They don't want Gretchen Whitmer. She's also a failed governor. RFK was the best choice. He got 16%. I guarantee, well, I can't guarantee it. I am absolutely sure that you will see in the polls that come out next week, which will be the first polls that show us the reaction of the public to what happened on Thursday, you're going to see RFK Jr. break the double digits. He'll be somewhere around 15%. You're going to see Donald Trump. He's going to be doing fantastic. You're going to see his lead increase to maybe 5-ish, 6-ish percent. You're going to see polls coming out with Donald Trump being up 10, up 15. It's going to be devastating. And Joe Biden's going to be down. No one is supporting Joe Biden. So Cordisco says he's going back and forth, but he does believe that the Democrats are going to stick with Joe Biden. I think they don't have a choice. Unless, by the way, it's not just me saying that or you, John, saying that. This here is coming from Politico, and Politico is very clear. The donors, they're terrified because Biden is the one who has to say he's going to drop out. If Biden doesn't drop out, it doesn't happen. They can't force him out. It's too late. They're too far in. They've committed too much to this, so they can't do it. So it's not just you, John. You know, even the Democrats and the Democratic Party. And when they try and think about it, this is coming from The Economist, all right, which is kind of neutral. They're like, oh, they've got all these, they have plenty of people. The Democrats have all these people, The Economist. They have a deep bench. They've got hundreds of people who can step in. Yeah, you sure about that? Because if you go to a New York Times, it's the usual suspects. Who could replace him? The Economist says they've got dozens of people. There's plenty of people. Everybody loves the Democrats. They've got Kamala Harris, who can't win. Kamala can't win. She has absolutely abysmal approval ratings. No one loves her. She's failed at everything she has ever attempted. Everything. From the southern border to everything else you can name, she has failed. Nobody wants her. Next big choice, Gavin Newsom. Again, he wants it, absolutely. No one wants him. No one wants to be California. We give away $2 billion a year trying to convince countries around the world to become California. Everyone takes the money, no one becomes California. People in California don't want to be California. They leave to go to places like Texas and trying to turn Texas into a better version of California because they don't want to be in California. No one wants Gavin Newsom. So that's out. Okay, Gretchen Whitmer. Most people will go, who? You ask most Democrats, who? You ask Republicans, who? No one knows who she is. I know who she is. Very few people know who she is. And all the people who do know who Gretchen Whitmer are, who aren't in Michigan, are, and probably even people in Michigan, the people who know who she is, they're political junkies. That's not the majority of people. She'll never win. Plus, she's just like Andrew Cuomo. She killed about 4,000 people with the jab. 4,000 people died because she stuck them in a nursing home just like Andrew Cuomo did. So, yeah, I don't think she's going to win once that truth comes out. That leaves us now. This guy is possibly the only choice that if they could do this, he might be a challenge. J.B. Pritzker. He is a billionaire. He's super rich. He's governor of Illinois. He's corrupt as hell. And he's a Democrat, which may be redundant. Don't know. But he could do it. He's beaten Republicans in Illinois, which is, of course, a super blue, super progressive stronghold, but it's the home of Barack Obama. And so you might get Obama to back him, and that, of course, would get him a little bit of a boost, get him some credibility, because, I mean, he is white. But, he's there. And he can make all the right promises. He's politically close enough to being accepted. He's got all the right political connections, mostly because of money. But he isn't obviously corrupt like Blagojevich, who was arrested for corruption, kind of like in New York, where we have, in New York we had a run of 5 governors that were all corrupt, one after the other, and all of them got kicked out of office because they were corrupt. Well, when you're looking at Illinois, it's only been 4 out of 10. Isn't that great? So much better. Yeah, so this guy, he's got the money. He's got the position, a governor. He has the right connections. He's definitely got the money, and that's the thing I think that does it. He's worth $3 billion. He can drop the money to get name recognition around the country. Whether or not that would be positive, not sure. But he has enough money to throw away to try and convince people to remember his name in November. So I think the Democrats, if anything, if they're going to go with anyone, he's it. He's got the money. He's not well loved. He's not well known, which is actually good because everyone hates Gretchen Whitmer. People hate Gavin Newsom. People hate Kamala Harris. Nobody knows who the hell Pritzker is. So, I mean, other than leftists saying that he's white, well, they said the same thing about Joe Biden. They don't care. So that's not the biggest thing. He's got the money. They would go with him. That's who I think they go with. That's who I think that you're going to see over the DNC convention. You're going to see everyone suggesting. First, they're going to suggest Gavin Newsom. Then everyone's going to wake up and go, but no one wants to be California and no one likes California. So they're all going to switch over and say, well, Illinois. And then someone's going to say, but he's white. And they're going to, so what? He's rich. They're going to, yeah, but he's a billionaire. He can be as white as fucking Casper, and it doesn't matter because he's got $1 billion that he can drop on this race. And they're going to say, yes, that makes perfect sense. And it's going to be Pritzker, and they're going to try and replace Joe Biden. And it will fail because everyone's going to go, and if we do this, we admit that we lied to the public, we manipulated the public, that Joe Biden hasn't been in charge all this time. We're going to open ourselves up to investigations because Trump's still going to win. It's not going to be worth it. They have to go with Biden. Okay, let me go back to some of the comments here. I know I'm way behind the comments, but they're not super chats, so let me go. My gut tells me that Joe Biden and the establishment should not be underestimated. Graham says, don't underestimate Joe Biden. I am not underestimating him. They're corrupt as hell. I just don't think their corruption can help them now that they have been revealed in the daylight. Yes, I think they'll try every trick in the book, but I think that since public knows now the truth, and you can't deny it, there's no spin you can put on it. The only thing you can do is talk to people who haven't seen the video, who won't go and actually look at the debate. That's the only way that they can maintain. Or you have people who vote Democrat no matter what. That's about 20% of all Democrats. About 20%, or roughly about 2% of the nation, just vote straight down the line. That's just a fact. 2% of the entire nation just vote straight down the line, party line. They don't care who is on the ballot. They don't care who the person is. They just vote all D, or they just vote all R. They don't know who's on there. They don't care. They just vote their party, and then they walk out, and they have no idea what's going on. Other than that 2% of the nation, you got nothing. Dow says that complacency is a voter's worst enemy and vice. That's true. So Graham says, in the case that in this scenario, wouldn't Michael Bloomberg, jump into the race too? He was very eager last time around in 2020. You ask a great question. And no, and I've heard this before. I've had this conversation with a few people, actually, quite a few people recently, were asking me about this. These politicos, fellow political junkies and commentators like myself, and we were having a conversation about what's going to happen with this. What's the next thing? And someone said, "But Bloomberg, he makes sense. Why wouldn't he resurface? I mean, he's rich. He's got the money." So, and that's what they need. They need the money, and they need name recognition. Pritzker, no one knows who he is. Bloomberg, they know who he is. That's the problem. People know who Bloomberg is. He has baggage with him, too much baggage. And Bloomberg already wasted tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. He already learned real quick he has no infrastructure. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thought he could just buy into an election. No, it takes work. You need infrastructure. You need supporters. You need people who will go out there and do the job. You just can't buy it all. It doesn't work. Now, the good news, you've already gotten past the signature stage, so he doesn't have to worry about that part, but you still have to get out into each of the states, and you have to have supporters there, people who know the name Michael Bloomberg and like the name Michael Bloomberg. They like the policies of Michael Bloomberg. Most people don't. New York State hates Michael Bloomberg. We know him the best. Michael Bloomberg sucks. He is so authoritarian, he doesn't want you to have salt on your table. When you go out to eat, he doesn't want you to have salt. I want you to think about that. How absolutely dictatorial that is. That he wants to restrict poor people from being able to have soda or juice. That's right. This is shocking to some people, I'm sure, around the country. And they're like, Michael Bloomberg, did he say? Yes, he wanted to restrict poor people from being able to buy soda or juice. He wanted to be part of your grocery list. He wanted to inject the government into what you can and cannot buy. And he also said that businesses, if you serve food, you can't put salt on the table because you consumer, a fellow American, someone who has the right to pursue freedom, the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, and freedom, you don't get the right to choose whether or not you want to put salt on your French fries. Because Michael Bloomberg already made the decision for you. He is authoritarian, he is dictatorial, he is evil, and he has figured out that it's a waste of his money. People don't like him. He thought people liked him. Then he ran for an election. No, they don't like him. He knows they don't like him. It's a waste of his money. So that's why you will not see Bloomberg. He was very eager when he thought people liked him, when he thought they liked him as a person, not his money. He found out the truth. They like his money. They don't like him. They don't like his policies, and he's a dictator. So, no, it's not going to be Bloomberg. It might be J.B. Pritzker. Again, he may be just as corrupt as Whitmer. He might be just as corrupt as Gavin Newsom or Cuomo, but he hasn't been caught being corrupt, and he's in Illinois, so the odds are he is probably corrupt. I can't say that for sure. I don't know enough about Illinois politics. I don't follow it deeply enough to say that J.B. Pritzker is corrupt. Everyone I know isn't paying attention to Illinois because there's nothing happening in Illinois that's of importance to the nation or anywhere. So he's under everyone's radar, which is, good news for him. It's going to take a while for people to find any dirt on him. So that gives him a bonus. Again, that's why I think it's going to be him. We already know the dirt about, off the top of my head, I'm telling you the dirt about Bloomberg. That's not even going into the stories that I've actually covered about him. I don't know this guy, which means that gives him, a month before I can finish my research on him and he can try and get some kind of groundswell behind him. So that's it. But it's a good question. I thank you for the question, Graham. A lot of people are wondering about, why isn't Bloomberg? What about those people we haven't heard before? They don't have the money. The rest of them don't have the money. Not important. Marianne Williamson? No, never. Come on. Come on, folks. Marianne Williamson, really? Look, she may be able to have great crystals, and she's wonderful at singing Kumbaya by a fire in the middle of the woods as you roast marshmallows. I'm sure Marianne Williamson's a wonderful person for all of that. She is nowhere. It's a joke to think she would be president. Joke. Completely. You're going to do that, might as well get Oprah. And, Oprah, think about it. Oprah, Harvey Weinstein. Do you really want Oprah? Think about it. No one does. No one does. You really don't. Let me talk about some of the predictions I have. By the way, I was doing some quick work on this guy. And I said, Pritzker might be corrupt. We just don't know about it. We do know that when Blagojevich was being investigated by the FBI, because he would go to jail, that one of the people that Blagojevich was joking around and having fun talking to was Pritzker. Hang on, we got a call coming in, folks. Hello, and give us 1 second here. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, who's speaking?
This is John. Mike, how's it going?
Hey, John. What's up?
Well, Mike, I saw you were talking about potential replacements for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you this.
Sure.
How likely do you think it is at this point in the game that Biden drops?
It isn't going to happen. That's what I've been talking about for a little while now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just tuned in, so...
Not a problem. Not a problem. But to catch you up to everyone else, Biden doesn't drop. He can't. They can't afford, in terms of money, to put someone else in place. In terms of personality, they don't have anyone to do the job. The top people that they could pick, someone just asked about Bloomberg, and I explained that's not possible. Gavin Newsom, failure. Whitmer, failure. Kamala Harris, complete failure. Pritzker, maybe, but he's probably corrupt and not enough time. They've got no one, and Biden doesn't want to give it up. Go ahead.
No, I don't know if... Here's my question, right? Because Biden's having his Camp David meeting with his closest advisors at this point.
Yes.
Today.
Jill's
Right.
there, yes. They
Jill
denied,
is the one.
I should correct that. So far in the media, they have denied that there are other politicians or politicos at Camp David. They're trying to say it's just the Biden family. But the reality is, of course, there are people from the DNC.
I
that are
imagine
there.
there are some close friends. Yeah, I don't know how many politicians there are, but I imagine it's close advisors to the campaign.
Yeah, I am sure they are. But I just wanted to say, this is what they're publishing right now. Trust it as much as you want to. But.
And sources close to Biden, I want to point this out. Closest source I've read, people close to Biden say he is absolutely embarrassed by his debate performance. And
He should be.
stunned. I think this is a wake-up call to him, even how much his mental decline is.
Yes, absolutely. It's the first time that anyone from the left has said that he's done something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Other than the far progressives who hate him anyway because of, Palestine.
Yeah, but he doesn't count them. He's not paying attention to the loony bins. I mean, he wants their vote, and that's what he bought them. That's why he built a pier. It doesn't work, but that's not the point. He spent $400 million to get their vote because he did something. So he doesn't care about them. He doesn't care about MAGA.
No, absolutely. And to me, it's not if Biden can do this or not. It's how much Jill wants it.
Why?
To me, it has nothing to do with Biden. If Jill says keep running, he will keep running, right? Regardless of his condition, I think.
Because he loves her or because she's going to be in charge?
Because she's pretty much in charge. Let's be frank. From what I've heard, Jill is running a lot of the things. And that's why you see her running out whenever Biden is getting off stage. She's the first one there to get him off stage quick.
Yeah.
She is the one who is going to be pretty much deciding if he is going to continue running or not. And at this point in the game, I don't know if he drops or not. If you would ask me 2 days ago, do you think he'll drop or not? I would say no. In this point in the game, even post-debate, I would have said no. But today, looking at all the things, looking at how many people are now distancing themselves from Biden, whether that be major Democratic leaders, like Hakeem Jeffries was asked about it. He brushed it off. He didn't want to talk about it. He went in a completely different direction with it.
They're trying to
I'm
save.
focused on the House.
Yeah, but all they're trying to do is save their asses because they've been lying to the public for years, and they know somewhere along the line between now and November, people are going to wake up and they're going to say, "But wait a minute, you knew this." They're going to say that about NBC. At some point, they're going to say that about CNN and MSNBC and ABC and the New York Times. They can't say it about me or most of the right-leaning news media because we've been saying this. We've been telling them.
Yes.
So they can't come at us and go, "You didn't tell me." No, we did. You said I'm MAGA, so I'm lying. Now you see, we've been telling the truth. They have a come to Jesus moment on the left that they have to deal with. That's why they're running.
I agree with that. I do. But it's hard for them to contend with. And you also got to think about this. If you're running in if you're a Democrat running in any race, you should be terrified of Biden staying in the race because he's going to lose horribly. If they change him out, he's going to lose horribly. If he stays in, he's going to lose horribly. But no matter what, if Biden loses, right, he continues his mental decline. These questions still come up. He loses the race by a landslide. It's going to affect races down the ballot. And I think that's what a lot of Democratic leaders are afraid of. It's the down the ballot races. And that's what's going to cause the Republican victory here. It's not just going to be Trump beats Biden. It's going to be a landslide across the country with the down ballot votes.
Yeah. Sorry, I just spilled.
No, absolutely. So if I'm leadership, I'm scared. I would be terrified. That's what I would be focusing on. I would distance myself from Biden too. I think that's a fair move because the down ballot voting is going to crush the Democrats this time around.
Yeah, but it's not. They're going to get crushed for a different reason. It's not that Democrats are going to lose. They're going to give up. See, their biggest problem is their donations are going to start drying up. I know that the news has come out and Joe Biden got $27 million. It's the most that he's ever gotten after the debate. Yeah, that's money that was already committed. That was part of their program beforehand. That was deals they made before the debate with donors so that they would have that headline set up. No, that isn't the public reaction. The public, when we see the public react, it's like when we saw Trump get convicted and then Democrats and third party came out and said, no, this is corrupt. And he got $50 million in a day. There's a big difference. Not just a dollar amount, it's the energy around it. There's the setup deal, and then there's the reality, which are two different things.
It's interesting because whoever gets, you were talking about this a little earlier, whoever runs has to be a billionaire because they're going to have to put up the money to even run it. Whoever replaces Biden, and obviously I've talked to you and you've mentioned who I believe they might pick, who might have a shot, the governor of Illinois, and Michael Bloomberg I know was mentioned in the chat, and I don't think Michael Bloomberg was going to do it because he lost so much money the first time around. I think he lost too much. But they're going to have to put up their own money because people have maxed out donations already for Biden. How much more likely are they to max out donations for another candidate? If you're a Democratic donor, if you're a small dollar donor, how much more likely are you to throw more money in?
Well,
usually you only donate to one candidate one time.
Right, but you could transfer the money. See, if that was the case, but he could just transfer the money. It would take a little bit of paperwork. That's not the biggest problem. Their problem isn't the money. It's who's going to. This truly is the biggest problem that Democrats have. It's not that, yes, it's difficult to get Biden off the ticket, 25th Amendment. Yes, it will be embarrassing. It could be done. Their biggest problem is who cares about any other Democrat? They don't have a reason to be motivated to vote for them. There's no issue that those people can bring up that makes me say, or makes a Democrat say, I need to vote for that guy. J.B. Pritchard, who is he? Why do I care? Why should I go and vote for him? The race is already over. They already lied to me. His whole battle has to be, in a nutshell, whoever wants to be in charge of the Democrats, their battle is, you should trust me, even though everyone else has lied to you. I'm going to do the job better than anyone around here, but you've not had a chance to see me do anything. Give me your money, but there's no reason why you should trust me, and I'm absolutely going to lose. Who wants to vote for that? Who wants to donate to that?
Yeah, it's very true. I think you need the money, though, because all of the people that they're throwing around, not a lot of people know of. Say what you will about the Republican Party. They have national names that people know across the country. The Democrats don't have a lot of people who nationally are known. You went to an average voter and asked them, who is the current governor of Illinois, or who is the governor? They might know Gavin Newsom, but odds are they don't. So that money is going to have to be spent to get their name even out there on a national level. And it's going to take hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. That's why the money is important. That it's not even talking about convincing people. It's just getting people to know who you are, to remember a name. That's the major problem they're going to have. That's why they need so much money to even begin with.
Yeah, I was just
No
showing
sound bites.
Yeah, and I was just showing on the screen that right now we see that the odds for Kamala Harris becoming the president, running on the ticket, have gone up dramatically. They doubled. Her odds, and this is going by predicted, her odds have doubled since the debate because people think Joe Biden's that screwed up. We know that looking at the who's going to win, the odds for Biden winning have gone down by roughly 50%. This is over. It's over.
Yeah.
So you're running for second place in a race that only has first. You know what I mean?
And I do want to respond to a commenter because I see the comment section. And someone brings up Mitt Romney in 2012 when Obama lost the first debate. I also want to point out, though, that Mitt Romney did not have a strong, energized base. He had no grassroots, really, movement, and the Tea Party wasn't exactly thrilled with him at the time. Paul Ryan definitely made him have some appeal, but I don't think it was a complete appeal.
Wait a minute.
And he also put his foot in his mouth the second half of that campaign.
No, we'll make it simpler. Make it really simple because you know what? I said this to you and others. Yeah, Trump won the first half of the debate, 85-15. The second half of the debate, Trump won 60-40 because he did stumble. He did hide some stuff. That's true. No denying that. But the thing is, what's the difference with 2012? Obama wasn't brain dead. Obama was not lost. Obama was not considered senile and ancient and decrepit. Biden is. Now you might as well call Biden was a zombie on the stage.
Yeah.
And he was being puppeted. And everyone in the world saw that, and they walked into the stage. They walked on, and the concept of the world, who have been told, who ignored every MAGA, every right-winger, all the news media that told them the truth, they had walked in on Thursday and said, see, this is where we prove you wrong. And then they suddenly said, oh my God, they were right. You cannot. This isn't Mitt Romney. This isn't Obama. This isn't just a bad debate. This is a wake-up call. This is, oh my God, I have been lied to. I have been used and abused. This is walking in and your significant other is cheating in your bed, in your face, using your favorite whatever. That's what this is. You have been screwed the wrong way.
Absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head, Mike. As usual, you always hit the nail on the head. There's one other thing before I go I want to bring up. Okay. About the debate. Final thing I noticed post-debate. The number one complaint against Trump that I see from all the media sources, after they, talk about Biden's terrible performances, Trump lied. All he did was lie on stage.
No.
I saw it in Politico, MSNBC, CNN, all these places were talking about Trump lying. You know what I haven't noticed?
What?
Any cite what Trump actually lied about.
Well, he didn't lie.
One example.
He sidestepped. Let's be completely fair. 4 times during the debate, Trump sidestepped questions. Now, he answered 3 of them. Of the 4 times that he wasn't so much dodging the question, he was delaying it. He was obfuscating it a bit, giving us other details, and then got to the answer. He did that 4 times. Three times, rather. He did that 3 times, and 1 time he just completely dodged the issue. Did not want to answer it.
Sure.
That's being honest. That's what he did. And I have tweets at the time, live coverage. I was tweeting it, and I said that right then. He's dodging in front of everyone. That's true.
Right.
That's not a lie. That's just regular politics. Someone saying it's an issue they're weak on and they don't want to address because it may cost them votes. That's normal politicking. I get that. Trump didn't lie. Biden did point blank lie several times. He point blank got the information wrong or he made it up. He's been corrected several times. But remember, the media has to change the story. They have to. They're desperate. It doesn't matter that Trump didn't lie. They need to cover up for themselves. They need people distracted so they don't realize for 3.5 years, if at least, the media and the politicians have been lying to their face every day. So they're, of course, it's Trump lied. Of course he did, because it's going to distract you from, but Biden. Make sense?
Yeah, and I think there's a huge difference too between sidestepping, like you said, he can dodge questions. That's one thing. That's not what the media is saying. The media is saying he straight up lied, and that's where it's wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what I have a problem with, is when politicians sidestep all the time. It's part of the game, right? Unfortunately, I wish they were straightforward. That's what they do. And he did sidestep a lot of questions. Like you said, 3 or 4. But I didn't hear any examples from the mainstream media on what he actually lied about.
Because that's it. It doesn't matter. They just need the headline. It's not about whether he lied. It's not even about whether it's true. It's just they need a distraction. That's all it is. They want a distraction. And
you're absolutely right, Mike. You're absolutely right. And that, to me, is the biggest shame that nobody is asking and saying, hold up, what did he lie about?
But it doesn't matter, because the people who are at this point, after Thursday, the people who are going, but Trump's a liar, you don't care. These are the people who are going to walk in the booth. They're going to vote straight down the line. If they're a Democrat, they're just going to click all the Ds. If they're a Republican, they're going to click all the Rs, and they're going to walk out. And they have no idea who's running. They have no idea what the race is. They don't care. It doesn't matter. That's the only people who care about that at this point are people who have absolutely no idea what the hell's going on. They're useless. That's 20% of the voting base. That's it. 20% of each party fall into that group. I don't care about those people. Those aren't the people everyone's after. It's the 45% of America that's in the middle that is paying attention and who are, and they're asking the only relevant question at this point isn't, did Trump tell everything exactly the way I wanted him to? The question is, how long have you been lying about Biden?
Yeah. That's fair. That's a very fair point, Mike. I wish people would hold the mainstream media more accountable, other than smaller channels like your own and some conservative networks. It's very aggravating
Yes.
when you're reading the news and they said, despite Trump's lies, Biden flubbed the whole debate. It's important to take note of that too, I think, a little bit, because you're right. It is important to question, obviously, what you said, Biden's capacity, how long have they lied about that? But it's also important to ask, okay, what did Trump actually lie about? Right?
Yeah.
I think that's an important element to it that I haven't heard many people bring up, because, like I said, everywhere I've turned, it's Trump lied, but Biden flubbed it. Hold on.
That's they're just trying to push the orange man bad. They're trying to get everything
Absolutely.
they can out of that. It doesn't matter.
And it's important to dispel all the falsehoods that they're pushing right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't try. I wouldn't try. There's too many. You're never going to get through to everyone. And the people who are relying on that, I'm not going to get anyway. No one's going to get them. The people who are like, but MAGA is evil, especially at this point, yeah, you're not thinking rationally. You're just thinking emotionally. And like I said, you're going to walk in the room and you're going to hit all the, whatever your party is, you're going to vote straight down the line, party line. So you're wasting my time. Talking to you is waste. To any of those people who will be in and out of that election booth in 15 seconds, why are we bothering? They're a waste of time. They're not people to talk to. They're not going to change the election, and they aren't. Their votes have already been taken care of. They're meaningless. We're talking to everyone else. That's about 55% of America. That's what I want to talk
That's a very fair
to.
argument. That's a fair point. Well, thank you, Mike, for letting me call into the show. I always appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope you have a great rest of the show today, Mike.
Well, you're pretty much the end of the show, actually. But yes, thank you.
Well, I appreciate being the last call in, Mike. Thank you.
No, you're very welcome. All right. And so, folks, yes, it is. We've been on for about 5 hours and 15 minutes. You may have noticed I have my puppy, my dog, was with me just a second ago. He's indicating that he needs to go back out. And more importantly, we've been here. I think I've covered this. I think we've covered the predictions, which we can see out there and have been shown. And again, I'll have the link up in about an hour so you can see it for yourself. But yeah, Joe Biden is down. He's down, about 45% from where he was. That was on the 26th. He's down. His ability to win the election down about 45%, according to the betting odds. Now, mind you, Kamala's doubled. She's doubled her chance of being able to win. But the odds are not looking good for Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't look like his ability. He was only at 45% when they were looking at him. According to betting odds, he's at 29% now. That's a significant drop. We've seen a huge, huge change here. No one is looking at this race the same way. Mind you, I still think that we saw a big boost for Tim Scott because of the debate. The only potential vice presidential candidate that was mentioned by name and because of a policy that they had that Trump supported was Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott. Tim Scott was recently just showing off his new girlfriend that he has. And so a lot of people have been paying attention to that. So he's been getting a lot more public and a lot more public attention. I think Tim Scott will be the presidential candidate pick. And I think you will see that on July 11th when we see Donald Trump getting his 2 years, probably will get 2 years house arrest. That's what I expect that the Democrats are going to do, thinking that that will offset the advantage that Donald Trump has at this moment. And I think they're absolutely wrong. I think Donald Trump's going to surge even more when they give him 2 years house arrest. I think that's going to be a boost for his campaign. And I think that Tim Scott, a black senator who's a conservative Republican, that's going to boost his campaign. Yeah, I think that's going to be big, big, big news. But some people are still holding out for Doug Burgum, who's a governor. Some people are still holding out for J.D. Vance. member of Congress, not as strong an idea. Some people are saying it's Vivek Ramaswamy, who I am absolutely sure will be part of the cabinet, but does not have the experience to be vice president. I do not want Vivek. God forbid something happens to Trump and we then would have to have President Vivek Ramaswamy. He's not ready. He's not capable of dealing with that job. That's just the truth. It's not personal. It's just professional. He's not ready. But, that's where the voting odds are right now. So in the show today, and I'm so happy so many people have been here with us, leaving comments. I see more people have been watching both on Rumble as well as on YouTube. So many people have been commenting, and I think, John called in, so many others as well. I look forward to seeing more of your voices every week, especially the new people who've come in. Don't ever be worried about leaving a comment either during the show or after the show. I try and answer as many as I can. As long as it's respectful, I always am happy to hear your voices, to hear what you have to say. You've heard Graham ask me questions throughout the entire show. I'm happy to have that. And I thank you. If you've been here this long, you've been with us for 5.5 hours, or if you've been here for the second half and here with our domestic policy for 2 hours or 2 hours with our foreign policy at the beginning of the show, hey, like, share, subscribe. That's all I say. It costs you less. They're trying to come get me now. But it costs you less. You could have you could go and see the Marvels, spend $30 per person, and be completely disappointed in the same time that you watch me, and it costs you nothing, and you are more entertained. I mean, that's just the truth. And Dow says that he thinks that Tulsi Gabbard is a wild pick. Well, we'll see. We will see. All right, folks, I've got to go, and I also have to get ready. Remember, I'm going to be at Freedom Fest. That is because you, our subscribers, Patreon, you guys, PayPal, you have made it possible. I thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. I thank you for being there with your support. I thank you all for watching. Thank you, man. I'm on fire. Thank you. I look forward to seeing every single one of you very, very soon. But until then, until next week, in about an hour, I will have all the links up so you can see that for yourself. But during the week, I will be busy and putting out even more content. Thank you, everybody. I'll talk to you again soon.